Properties. Boom. Boom. Hopefully that works. Hello, hello, hello. So, yes, we are live, and we are live for SmackDown, and we are looking forward to this. There's some big matches tonight, some good stuff to look forward to. We got Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins face-to-face. We've also got Charlotte Flair taking on Naomi. We've got Kofi Kingston taking on Madcap Moss. I'm sure we're going to be seeing the Usos and a few other things as well. There's quite a bit that we've got to look forward to as we build towards the Royal Rumble. I'm quite excited for UFC this weekend. That's definitely taken some of my focus. Big UFC show tomorrow. Very exciting show. Lots going on there. If you are going to be watching that, join us. We will be live tomorrow. I've literally just set up the stream for that, actually. So really looking forward to that. So that's tomorrow. We've got that coming up. Looking forward to that. And as we said, though, plenty to look forward to tonight on this show. And that includes Roman Reigns taking on, Roman Reigns, Seth Rollins face-to-face. Charlotte Flair taking on Naomi. Kofi Kingston taking on Madcap Moss, and plenty of other things as well. Boom. Delwyn said, I'm looking forward to the Royal Rumble. It's going to be good, man. It's one of the best shows of the year. I'm right there with you. I'm also very much looking forward to the Royal Rumble. In regards to news today, I haven't seen loads of news. Not loads of different things, but I have seen a few things doing the rounds, but I'm sure we can go through and people will have questions and everything. I want to jump into the chat first and say hello to everyone. Lauren said, on behalf of all Watford fans, we apologise for anyone that had Dennis. What a disgraceful performance. Yeah, I mean, that was pretty wild, man. I wasn't expecting that from Watford earlier. We watched it over on the Football Days channel. If you are a fan of the we have, and we was watching Watford against Norwich, and first half was a bit flat, a bit dull. Second half, wow, goals, red cards, drama. It's a lot of fun. Anna says, happy birthday to me. Today I turn 50. Happy birthday to me, Anna. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Anna. That's really, I didn't know, but many congratulations. That's, I'm sure you will now get lots of love shown from the community, and rightfully so. So, happy birthday to Anna, one of the mods on this channel, the Football Days channel, the Wrestling Escape Pod channel. Very happy birthday to Anna. Anna, you're not 50, you're 21, said Edward, who is now Anna's very best friend in all of the world. Days reports that LA Knight will be moving to SmackDown. Yeah, I kind of think that, I mean, I haven't seen those reports, but I do think that he will go to that main roster. We know that he's got a decent look. He's got a good physique. He can talk. He's fine in the ring, but I don't think that's anything that's really that important. Not to Vince. I mean, it is to me, but not to Vince. So, yeah, I could imagine LA Knight doing quite well on that main roster. You know, they're always looking for people that can entertain, and, you know, talking in particular is going to be a big part of that. If you're an amazing wrestler that can't talk, I think you'll always struggle, but I can see LA Knight doing well. Nigel B said, Vince Russo says that Rollins... Let's have a look. I'm trying to get to it. Vince Russo says that Rollins is not a main event caliber star. Do you agree? I would agree right now. I don't feel like this current gimmick in the past 2 years has felt big at all. I think that I know what he's trying to do. And I saw him on the Broken Skull session saying that he's trying to create a well-rounded character, a character that feels larger than life, a character that you can put him in different situations and it'll work. You know, he's got his outrageous clothes. He kind of cackles away. He's going to work as a face. He's going to work as a heel. The problem is that it's all very shallow and there's not really anything you can hang your hat on. For example, he turned heel after the Survivor Series a few years ago, and we never really got an explanation as to why. He then all of a sudden started to look disheveled and refer to himself as, you know, the Messiah. We never really got any answers as to what was going there. Then he had disciples. We never got answers as to why did they believe in him? What did they see in him? What did they believe about him? What was his message? What was his purpose? Why all of a sudden was he now the Messiah? Why did he have disciples? What the flip was going on? A lot of people theorized that he'd actually lost his mind, but that was never explored, and that was never used as a narrative that he'd gone crazy and lost his mind. We didn't see any concern from any of his friends. We didn't see any concern from Becky when she came back. In fact, when Becky came back, she also started to dress kind of wacky and came back as a heel as well. And it just sort of feels like Seth Rollins is having... It feels to me like Seth Rollins has had a good time being a face. Now he fancies being a heel. But he's already done the authority heel, so he wants to be a different heel. So it comes across to me like Seth Rollins is having quite a good time at the moment. I think he's enjoying himself. I think Seth is having a good time. The problem is, I don't think it works on any other level. I don't think that to anyone else, this is an engaging character. This has got to be the least engaged I've felt with Seth Rollins. Loved Monday Night Rollins. Thought it was brilliant. Loved him in the authority. Thought that had great purpose. Thought he was great in the Shield. So I am not a Seth Rollins hater. And if Russo has said that Seth is just not a main event star at all, then I disagree. Because I think in the Shield, he was great. In the Authority, he was great. Monday Night Rollins was great. But I would say for the past 2 years, this has been rubbish. It's been rubbish. He's just been on the shelf, not really doing much, having a great time, wearing wacky outfits, just trying to, I suppose in a way, keep himself going, keep himself motivated, keep himself relevant whilst he's been away from any titles. I mean, in all fairness, it must be hard. Imagine if, like, you know that creative don't have any plans for you to be in the title picture for the foreseeable future. How would you motivate yourself? How would you be able to keep yourself going? What would you do in order to keep going? And I think he's looked at it and gone, okay, there's no plans for me to be around the main event. There's no plans for me to be in the title picture. What I'm going to do is I'm going to come up with this new character and I'm going to wear wacky clothes and I'm going to be outrageous and I'm going to do this. But none of it has been explained. Like, this is a decision that I think Seth has taken and none of it has been explained. It is so shallow that, no, I disagree that he's not main event. He is main event. This gimmick, this version of him is not main event. So he's going up against Roman, and honestly, I mean, great, but this is not the version that I want. In fact, when this happened, my reaction was, not now, not now. Like, he's meant to turn, first of all, we're meant to get rid of this rubbish. Then we're meant to turn face. Then we get face cool Seth Rollins, who's back to being someone we can get behind. We get that versus heel Roman. I don't want heel versus heel. I don't want this version of Seth against Roman Reigns. So, yeah, I think it's great. Yeah, it's a really interesting point. I kind of agree and disagree with it. I think Seth is definitely a main event caliber star. I mean, remember when he cashed in his Money in the Bank at WrestleMania 31. I mean, what an iconic moment and image that is, with him running down with the briefcase, cashing it in, holding the title up, fireworks going up into the air. And then you get that whole authority angle, which is really interesting, and J&J security, and he's got Triple H by his side, and, you know, there's a lot they're doing to try and build him up, and it works. It's a good little run. It's one of the more interesting title reigns, and he's kind of being protected by Triple H and Steph and the Authority. And I thought that was quite good. I thought that was quite intriguing. And then Monday Night Rollins, as we said, I thought was brilliant as well. I mean, he was the star of the show. But this just doesn't mean anything. It's just him coming out in wacky clothes, cackling away. It doesn't mean anything. There's no substance to this. I can't hang my hat on this. There's nothing about this that I find interesting. So I get why he does it. He's actually outlined why he's done it on Broken Skull sessions. But just because he's explained it doesn't mean it's good. Just because he's explained what his vision for this is doesn't make it credible. It just helps you understand why he's doing it. And what he said was that he wanted something that was versatile, something that would be great in promos, something that would work as a face, something that would work as a heel, something that would, work in a comedy segment, but it would work in a serious segment as well. He wanted something that was quite flexible, and that's what this character allows. You can push this character into a paddling pool and you can laugh at him and you can laugh at his clothes, but equally he's, can get it done in the ring. He can cut scathing promos, like he can be serious, he can be funny. Like it's got like real flexibility to the character. I get all of that. It looks great on paper. In actuality, on screen, does not work. Carve it up how you want. Does not work. And I have no idea why we're doing heel versus heel, so I hope that answers your question, Nigel. Harley said, even with the gimmick, he still feels like main event star because of everything he's done. Put Seth in a world title match, he'll either fit right in or overshadow. You can say it's bad, but non-main event, ? For this character, non-main event. I can say non-main event. I hate it. I don't like this character at all. Seth Rollins is a big star. So, I mean, if you want to say, well, it's still Seth, so he's still, like, being in the... But this version of Seth is garbage to me. Like, to me, I don't want to see this version of him being in the main event. I'm not interested in it. He doesn't have heel heat with me. I don't hate him as a heel. I just hate this character. I want this character to go away. I want this character to be done. I want a different version, a different gimmick. You know, like how there's lots of people that want Alexa to change and they want her to get away from what she's doing and everything. I feel the exact same way about Seth Rollins. So, like, in fact, it's a very good comparison because I don't hate Alexa. And if Alexa's going to go into the main event, then Alexa is a main event star. But this version of Alexa is not a main event star to me. And Seth Rollins is a main event star. But this version of Seth Rollins is not main event to me. So to me, I see them being very similar. I actually think Seth Rollins and Alexa, you could draw quite a few comparisons with each other. So, again, interesting, very interesting conversation. James Chadwick said, I can't wait for the Rumble. That is my all-time favorite pay-per-view. Almighty Supreme One said, as long as they continue to force the freaking for Rollins, I will not be a huge fan. It's a small detail, but so annoying. It's ruined him, in my opinion, says the Almighty Supreme One. The version of Alexa main event, if you ask me, I don't like. This version is main event, if you ask me, and I don't like this gimmick, says Austin. Always choose the struggle over the shortcut, says Miss Clown. Jaden said, do you think that Dean Ambrose will return at the Royal Rumble because this is 10 years of the Shield? Nope. 100% no. They won't touch Dean Ambrose until he leaves AEW. If he wants to leave AEW and come back to WWE, then maybe we can talk. But whilst he's with AEW, absolutely no way. No flipping way. Because he is he's with AEW, and if he goes into that Royal Rumble, that is free promotion for AEW. He is AEW superstar Jon Moxley, isn't he? Now, granted, they might be able to get around it whereby You just talk. It's just Dean Ambrose. You don't mention AEW. You don't mention John Moxley. Like, I understand all of that, but Twitter will do that for you. Social media will do that for you. As soon as he goes in, then everyone's going to be talking about the fact he works with AEW. It would be everywhere. I mean, it would just be, you might not be doing it on your show, that kind of promotion, but everyone else will do it for you. So it's not worth it. It's not worth giving the rival company that kind of promotion. For what benefit? For what purpose? For just a nice little moment where Dean Ambrose walks out for a one-off. It's not worth it, is it? So not when you've got other options. Not when you could go and get Rob Van Dam, or you could go and get other superstars. Days reports are Lita will win the Women's Rumble now. First of all, I'm down for this. The reason behind it is because last year Edge won the Rumble. Thoughts? I don't know, to be honest, dude. I mean, it keeps moving and changing. I heard someone told me the other day it was Bianca that was favourite. So if Lita's become favourite in 24 hours, I mean, when I looked the other day, it was Bayley and Alexa, I think, when I did my Royal Rumble prediction video. Someone then told me it was now Bianca, and now you're telling me it's Lita. So we'll just wait and see, won't we? My prediction is Bianca, and I'm quite happy to stick with that. So Days, doesn't them keep saying freaking Rollins annoy you? It does me. I could cope with it if we moved away from this version of him. If this was his face turn and he was now not going to be the Messiah, he was back to being a face, and he was now Seth freaking Rollins instead, maybe it would get over in the same way the Burn It Down got over. So, when they announce him, they say Seth freaking Rollins. I could see people joining in with the freaking Rollins. I could see people joining in with that in the arena. Do I like it? I'm not crazy for it. I don't think I hate it like you hate it. But, it's just... my bigger problem is that his character just doesn't mean anything. It just doesn't mean anything. All these changes for no reason whatsoever. The Messiah, what does it mean? What's it about? Why was he the Messiah? And then, do you know, the reason it got dropped was because he went to Smackdown, and that was a Friday. So he couldn't be the Monday Night Messiah. For some reason, they didn't want to go with Friday Night Messiah. So that just kind of quietly got dropped. I mean, they don't refer to him as the Messiah. He doesn't talk about being the Messiah. But there's no reason as to why it got dropped. Other than he got drafted to Friday. I mean, it's just... It doesn't mean nothing. It's all on the fly. It's just like, right, well, I'll do this now. I'll change that now. It's all just... It's just rubbish. It's just a load of rubbish. Why did they add freak into Seth's name? I thought they were low on budget cuts. Budget cuts? Why did they add it? I think they just wanted to zhuzh it up a little bit. Seth freaking Rollins. Like, again, in a way, it might be like the Burn It Down thing, as we said. It's kind of like saying, why did they add the Burn It Down to the start of his theme song? Because it never used to be there. But, all of a sudden the Burn It Down got added because I think it was something to do with a 2K advert that he set fire to some place. And I think he might have said, I'm going to burn it down or whatever, and just kind of stuck around. People liked it, and it got added to his theme song, and, it just all kind of went from there. So I kind of see it as just like another little thing they've given him to that people might connect to. It's just another raid thing, isn't it? The Viking Raiders doing the raid thing. Seth freaking Rollins is just something like that. I can see it being the case that, like, as I said, the crowd say it along when he comes out. Seth freaking Rollins. Like, it's just a little something. People got upset at the Burn It Down not being there, said James. Harley said, to be honest, he did a promo explaining the change on the first SmackDown back since Survivor Series. Robert said, do you remember Drew is injured? There's no babyface on SmackDown. Stop whining. Remember, Drew is injured. There's no babyface on SmackDown. Stop whining. Well, first of all, if I didn't give my opinion, this stream would be quite short, and it would kind of be irrelevant to the hour before, so bear that in mind. Second of all, how does heel versus heel make any sense? So you're saying there's no babyface, so we get heel versus heel, so just accept it. How about they book it better? How about them apples? How about they actually do what they're meant to do, and that is give us like a proper show where you get your heels and you get your faces. They've just done a draft. I mean, I wouldn't have minded, but the first thing we did after the draft was sit there and go, where's all the baby faces for SmackDown? Like, we literally did that stream where we sat there and we had a look and we couldn't figure out why they'd done the draft the way they'd done it. And then lo and behold, here we are a few months later at the Royal Rumble, having to take someone from Raw, move them over to this feud, over to SmackDown to have a feud with Roman, and that person is a heel, and they still haven't even fixed that. Like, I'm sorry, but I don't know that you should really be watching this show and just constantly thinking to yourself, I can do better than this. We can do better than this. You can do better than this. Like, who are these people that are getting paid all this money to do the writing for WWE? Like, who are they? Why are they so incompetent? How do you get that incompetent? Like, maybe the blame lays at Vince's door. Maybe it's Vince's fault. Maybe, like, these people aren't as incompetent as what we think. But maybe it's Vince. Maybe Vince is the one that just keeps changing his mind. And, you know, we just end up here. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be things like Jeff Hardy that's going to have caused the problem. I'm sure there's going to be, like, situations like that. But to be honest, like, it still can't get as bad as this. Do you know what I mean? It still can't get as bad as where we're having to flip in, rely on, like, heel versus heel matches. I mean, it's literally, we're getting to the point now where it just feels like we're just chucking any people together now. We're just literally having to chuck anyone together because it's going to have to do. Like, this'll have to do. That's what Seth Rollins, Roman Reigns feels like to me. This'll have to do. It'll have to do. This is all we can manage right now because we've absolutely botched this up. If they had a little bit more on SmackDown, you know, if we hadn't have looked the very next day and said, why are we lacking so many baby faces? Like, how did we see this iceberg and they didn't? It can't be right that we can see this stuff and we don't get paid. Do you know what I mean? We don't get paid to look at this stuff, but as fans, we look at it and we go, there's a problem. There's a problem right there. This doesn't make any sense. And then fast forward a few months. Ta-da! I mean, come on. So, you know, if chucking the show together is up your street, if you're just totally fine with this stuff just being below standard, being chucked together, you like what you're given, fine, brilliant, but I don't. And, you know, I want to see them improve. I want to see them give us better. And what I will say is that this year has been a bit better. I do think Raw has been all right this year. I think that we're doing all right in 2022. I still think they could have found a way of not hitting this iceberg. But here we are. We've hit it. And, you know, suck it up on this one. As we said, the good thing about the Royal Rumble is that the Royal Rumble is the focus. It's not the title matches. So if ever you're going to have to let something slide because maybe the match isn't quite what you hoped it was going to be, or it's not been set up the way that it needed to be, or the person you had in mind has had to change, well, at least the Royal Rumbles are going to take the focus away. You know, you've got the Women's Rumble, you've got the Men's Rumble. At least it's going to be a case that they can, you know, take the focus. The focus will be whoever wins them, won't it? But I get asked quite a bit, like, do you think Seth will win? I don't think Seth will win. I mean, we know that Seth wasn't even meant to be in this match because he was meant to be winning at day one. But so, again, that's how kind of cobbled together all of this is. And I get COVID, and I get people leaving, and I understand all of that. But, again, I have to go back to the fact that we saw this iceberg come in the day after the flipping draft. We did a stream right after, and we were saying, I mean, it's right on the channel. Go back, watch it. Where are the baby faces on SmackDown? Where are they? And then, lo and behold, Jeff Hardy gets axed. You then get a little bit of COVID trouble and you end up very quickly where we are now. So Who do you think has great potential to win the Royal Rumble? Well, I did a 2-hour stream on the Royal Rumble, and I went with Bianca, and I went with Brock. The reason why I went with those two is because the plan for WrestleMania is apparently Roman versus Brock. So that's apparently the plan. And the other plan was meant to be Bianca and Becky in a rematch. So obviously Becky beat Bianca in 20-odd seconds. It makes perfect sense that Bianca gets that win back on the grandest stage of them all. Becky is a heel. She's been, healing it up. So the heel getting her comeuppance at WrestleMania makes perfect sense. So, there's lots of, reasons why I can see it going that way. I don't know if they would want to do title versus title. That's still to be seen. But I'm thinking that it's in their benefit to have two separate title matches. It's in their benefit to have two titles, because that means Raw can have a title, SmackDown can have a title. It's also in their benefit to have two titles, because then they can always do two title matches. If there's just one champion, then you can only have one championship match, rather than a Universal and a WWE. So I think they'll keep it as two titles. That's why I think Brock could lose it. I think, Brock can then win the Rumble, go up against Roman. Brock, I believe, is the current favorite to win the Royal Rumble. Or was when I did that video the other day. So Brock winning, I think, is favourite. I think it makes sense. Bianca winning, she wasn't favourite, but again, it makes sense. If the end goal is Bianca and Becky, then I can't see Becky winning the Rumble. So I'll go with Bianca. I think I can't remember what the other match was meant to be. I think it was Charlotte and Sasha. Well, Charlotte's in the Rumble, so she could win it and then choose Sasha. Or I don't know if Sasha could make a surprise return. Sasha could be a chance. You would have to say, if the plans for WrestleMania are going to stay the same, and that is Charlotte versus Sasha, Bianca versus Becky, if those are the two matches that are gonna still go ahead, then one of those four have got to win the Rumble. I mean, that would make sense. One of those four women are going to win the Rumble. Now, I don't think it's Becky, because I don't think Becky loses to Doudrop. So that says to me that it's either going to be Charlotte, Bianca, or Sasha. Charlotte, Bianca, or Sasha wins the Rumble. If those plans are still going to go ahead. Charlotte, Bianca, or Sasha. Now, we don't know if Sasha's going to make it in time. So of the three, she's probably the more unlikely. I think there's a chance that Lita eliminates Charlotte, because I do think we're going to get Lita and Charlotte, but I think that could happen at Saudi Arabia, not WrestleMania. So I think that Lita eliminates Charlotte. We get Charlotte versus Lita, Saudi Arabia, and Sasha will get involved. And then, who knows, maybe we get Charlotte, Lita, Sasha as a triple threat at WrestleMania. Charlotte versus Lita versus Sasha, triple threat, WrestleMania. I could vibe with that. I think everything seems to be leaving the door open for Bianca to actually win the Women's Rumble. And then she goes on to face Becky, get revenge for what happened at SummerSlam. That seems to make a lot of sense. So that's why I've gone with Bianca and Brock. I mean, anything can happen in the Rumble. I mean, I've had theories like that in the past, and they've not come off. Because, things change. But it is what it is. Harley said, Days, you're not allowed to give an opinion. Breaking news, Boris Johnson has banned opinions. He is making so many friends at the moment. WWE Vibe said, what a dumb name for Volta. I heard his name is Gunter. What next? Roman named Tablehead. By the way, do you think Bayley is returning? Do I think Bayley is returning? I think Bayley could return at the Rumble. But apparently there's no plans for her to be in a title match. Bayley might be forced into the women's battle royal. It might be that they do give her a feud. But, I mean, I hope she gets a feud because she wasn't actually at WrestleMania last year. She made an appearance, but she didn't have a match. So I kind of think that Bayley deserves to be at WrestleMania. But again, I can only go off the information that I'm see and what I'm given. And I think it was from Meltzer who reported that those were the planned matches. So I'm just basing my picks off that. I mean, I haven't got a problem with Bayley winning. I quite like Bayley winning. I don't think Bayley's ever won the Women's Rumble. So I would kind of like that. I'd be down for that. And she's certainly one of the favorites. But if there's no plans for her to be in those title matches, then I'm going to have to stick with Bianca still. Dane Films said, you say Seth won't win because he wasn't going to be in this. I don't want him to win either. But I will say WWE might have him win the title so they can continue their OG plans with him as champion. Yeah, I mean, I understand there's a way forward, and I think they've done a good job of making you think that that's a possibility. So he said that he's going to win the Universal and then bring it over to Raw. That would then mean that Brock keeps the title and maybe transfers it over to SmackDown. So we would go into WrestleMania with Brock as the champion, Roman as the challenger, I'm guessing, Seth as a champion, and then someone would challenge Seth. The only thing it doesn't do, or the one thing that it doesn't do, is Seth was meant to be champion at day one, but I think Roman is meant to be champion as well. So it does solve maybe the Seth problem of him not being champion, but it causes another problem, and that is Roman stops being champion. Roman stops being champion, and I don't think that was the plan for day one. And I think whoever beats Roman is, you know, we're all waiting to find out who beats Roman. We're all waiting to find out who's going to be that person. And I don't think Seth is that person. You know, I've just spent about 20 minutes laying into Seth. I mean, not Seth himself, because as I said, to me, Seth is main event star, just not this version of him. And a heel losing to a heel, like, it's just, that's horrible. That would be horrible booking. It probably does mean they'll do it, but yeah, that would be horrible. So for me, like, you need a red hot babyface. Ideally, someone up and coming, someone quite young, someone that could really benefit from it. That's why, like, I didn't mind it being someone like Finn. You know, Finn's still relatively young. He has only just come back to the main roster. He was down in NXT for a while. Now, like, you know, he could have come up, used the demon, got the win. It would have given him a massive push, but wasn't to be. I did wonder about Big E, but they actually got the belt onto him like a different way. Obviously, we got Gable Steveson, who's about to debut, so Gable Steveson should be arriving soon. It might be that we have to, you know, wait a while for Gable Steveson to get, like, to that level. So maybe not Gable Steveson. Karrion Kross, I thought, would have been an interesting option, but that all fell apart. So it's really hard to see who is that person. Who is the person that should beat Roman? Who is the person that would benefit the most and would be the right person? It kind of feels a little bit like the conversations that were happening around the Undertaker streak. You know, year after year after year, people would sit down and have conversations about who should be the one to beat the Undertaker, and pretty much every name got mentioned at some point. You know, everyone from NXT champions to legends to, I don't know how many people said Brock, but you know, there was a lot of people that got mentioned, and yeah, it kind of feels that way now for who should be the one to beat Roman. I mean, I certainly don't think it should be Seth. I certainly don't think it should be Seth. Bron Breakker wouldn't be bad. I wouldn't mind Bron Breakker. Again, it does mean we're gonna have to wait a while. I don't see Bron Breakker coming up this year, and even if he does, I don't see him going after a title until at least 12 months. I mean, if he was to come up for the next draft, I mean, God, you'd have to move so quick. I mean, he'd have to be drafted in the October, November, and then really WrestleMania. WrestleMania 39 would have to be where Bron Breakker's probably the earliest that we could have a look at him getting that title. Because you're going to need a good few months to introduce him to the main roster. But Bron Breakker's a very interesting shout, yes. I would like to see Mickie James versus Charlotte in a knockout title versus SmackDown title at WrestleMania, says Jim. Dave says that from what he's seen, Brock was likely planned to win at day one, but Dave's a liar, so take that with a grain of salt. Gigi said, sad news, Chris Cyborg has retired. Yogi said, Austin Theory, ? Theory's got to be in the running. Yeah, he's got to be in the running. The only thing with Theory is that his gimmick doesn't feel quite right and is a heel. So, you need Theory. If Theory was a face and maybe his gimmick was slightly different, if Theory was a face, that could be quite fun, actually. But is a heel, is attacking people, is kind of Vince McMahon's lapdog. And, it's great. It's working great for him to kind of get him over. But I don't know that he's going to be... I don't know when he's going to be ready to be, like, the champion and be beating Roman or whatever. But I can totally understand why people would have him in the running. Totally understand. Because he's getting a hell of a push, with those segments with Vince. Did you see the UFC weigh-ins? I didn't. No, I've been busy. I did the football stream. Had some last-minute research to finish. I've seen that 2 fights have been cancelled tomorrow. Ilia Topuria is no longer fighting, which I'm gutted about. So we are down to 11 fights tomorrow. 11 fights. We did have 13. We're down to 11. I think tomorrow's stream starts at midnight. We will look to start a little bit before that, though. And so 11 o'clock tomorrow. Well, maybe not 11, maybe half 11-ish. We'll look to start. And then, we've got UFC 270, the early prelims into the prelims. Main card starts 3 in the morning, which is 10 Eastern, I believe. So we will look to start 5:30 Eastern, kind of ish. I think I've got it scheduled to be starting about 7 Eastern, but as I said, I will try to start 15 minutes, 30 minutes before. And yeah, it's big. 2 title matches tomorrow. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Tolik, hello, bud, said, what are your thoughts on winner take all Charlotte Mickie James? Not for me. I understand why people that are into Impact would like that. So if you watch Impact, then I totally get it. But for me, the Impact Women's title means about as much as a cardboard title that I've got over there. It means nothing to me. I'd never really watched Impact. It's never been on my radar. I don't feel any prestige around their titles. Just not bothered. So, winner takes all. What would it achieve? All you would do is you would just have the WWE title after, wouldn't you? You'd just put them together and just carry on. So it doesn't mean anything. I don't think we saw Charlotte beat Trish at SummerSlam. I'm quite confident we will get Charlotte against Lita. I expect Charlotte to win that. She beat Trish. I'd imagine if she had a match with Mickie James, she'd win that as well. Mickie James used to be in WWE not that long ago. There might have even been a Charlotte Mickie James match. I don't really see Mickie James right now as she's a credible opponent because of Mickie James is a legend. No doubt about that whatsoever. But I don't see her beating Charlotte. And I don't see the Impact title with much gravitas to the casual fan. Again, you have to remember Impact gets viewed less than NXT. I would be more excited if we did NXT versus SmackDown Women's. Do you know what I mean? If we had Mandy Rose against Charlotte Flair and we did that match, that would intrigue me more personally. But I totally understand there are people out there that do watch Impact that would be excited about it. So I understand that there will be people that would be interested in that, but just not for me. Jonathan said, I think AJ wins the Rumble and will go for the NXT title. What do you think? It's a way that they could go. They could have the Rumble winner go after the title. We saw Charlotte do that when she challenged, or when Rhea Ripley challenged her. Rhea Ripley was the NXT Women's Champion at the time, so we have seen that before. But it's maybe not the direction. It's maybe not the direction that I would go. I also don't think it's the direction WWE are going to go, because apparently they don't want NXT stars in the Rumble. Apparently they don't really want NXT talent on that main roster because they want NXT to be developmental. So they're trying to give NXT a little bit of a boost by having the occasional star go down, like we saw with AJ and we've seen with Riddle. But I don't think they're looking to have NXT stars go to the main roster. Now, that can change, of course. I'm literally just basing that on what we've seen and read about NXT being developmental now, and them producing like the big stars for the future. And I think it's very telling that NXT is not involved in the Royal Rumble. Yes, they've got to try and fill 2 days of WrestleMania, but they've had to do that for the past 2 years. And we haven't really seen NXT represented. We did in WrestleMania 36 when Charlotte and Rhea had a match. But as we said, that was a couple of years ago now. That's a very different time. That's a very different NXT. That's not this NXT, where I think they're trying to keep it different, trying to keep it developmental. So could it happen? Sure. Do I think it'll happen? I don't think so, because I think they're trying to keep NXT its own separate thing. Planet Dan said they're going to give up on Finn. I hope he leaves and go to AEW or elsewhere. He's 40, he's still got a lot to give, and if he was to go to AEW, he would easily be slotted into that main event scene. WWE Spiteful said, what do you think of Trish, Lita, or Bella's winning the tag titles? It could boost the women's division. Hopefully Carmella and Zelina need a good reign first. Absolutely. I don't mind that at all. I think Carmella, Zelina, good reign. Take it up to Mania. Do it at Mania. No one really cares about those tag titles, so Bella's holding them. It'll be some news, or Trish and Lita, it'd be some interesting news. Yeah, I'd be down with that. I know there'd be people saying, oh, you're just burying Queen Zelina and whatever for, But, I mean, it's just the women's tag titles. If you want to build them up into something prestigious, then cool, brilliant, let's do it. But I've got no confidence that they're going to do that. So, as a result, I haven't really got a problem with it. They've put Grayson Waller on the main event scene multiple times. They put him on Raw twice as he was building that feud with AJ, but that was literally to get viewers to try and tune into NXT. So, as I said, I think they're interested in having AJ and Riddle and people help NXT, but they're not interested in bringing NXT stars up and showcasing them. But they did that on Raw to try and build that feud. So, I still stand by what I said. Ben said, I'm honestly looking forward to Rampage more because it's Jon Moxley's first match back tonight and it's also live. Hazza said, you talked about LA Knight earlier. I think highly of LA Knight. I feel like because Vince likes him and he's good on the mic, LA Knight would do so well on SmackDown. Thoughts? Yeah, we actually spoke about that. We spoke about that earlier when we I think that we spoke about him because he is a very good promo. His in-ring is fine. He's not someone that really blows me away because I don't know if it's because I don't know. I can't quite put my finger on it. He didn't really blow me. I never watched Impact when he was there. I watched NWA and I appreciated that, when it was time for him to talk. Great. I think it's because I don't think he really says anything. I think that's what it is. I think he just doesn't really say much. He's a good talker, but when we say good talker, we mean he can talk. Like, he doesn't get lost. He doesn't go down any blind alleyways and end up like, oh, I don't know what I'm meant to be saying. He doesn't trip over his words. He talks with confidence. Everything that he says, you know, he's very quick on the feet. He can throw like dialogue back very quickly. It's not like he ever gets lost or stuck for things to say. But equally, I don't know that he ever really says anything. I don't know that he's ever delivered like any amazing promos that's made me go, wow, that's crazy. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's been people that have delivered wonderful promos. I mean, look at the MJF one. MJF and CM Punk, where they were taking little jabs at each other. I can't remember that from LA Knight, to be honest. He's done, but he is very confident. So maybe with some better content. I mean, we know that those promos get written on the main roster for 99% of the talent. I think if LA Knight was to be given some stuff and work on a few things behind the scenes, be given some like nice lines, it'd be great. It could be really cool. Like him like going back and forth with like the Miz could be really entertaining. So yeah, I don't mind seeing him come up. I don't mind seeing him come up at all. Hasbula and Nana Khan are my picks to enter the Rumble, says Sam. Let him in. Hello, hope you are well. I'm only looking forward to SmackDown because of Roman. But for Rampage, I'm looking forward to Hook and John Moxley. Primo said, Days, with the news breaking that WWE is going to deny Ali his release, is this Vince not wanting a trend to start following Tony Storm asking and being granted his release? I think it's really interesting. I think it's interesting because I'm gonna say that like the request is real. Okay, I still don't know, genuinely don't know, but there's nothing that's come out that says it isn't real, and you'd think it might have come out by now. So I must admit, I looked at it, I was like, oh, it's a bit weird. Him asking, saying I've asked for my release. It's a bit weird, and now we're hearing that Vince is not gonna grant it. Like, the whole thing is just really strange. But let's say it's real. Let's say he's really asking for his release, right? And it's not a work or anything. Why would they do that? Well, to be honest, I can only imagine they're doing it because they don't want superstars to think they can get out of their contracts that easily. There might be a number of superstars that would be willing to do that, go online, say they've requested their release, and it sets maybe, as you said, a dangerous precedent. You know, if you've got someone that's unhappy that WWE want to keep, because I don't think they're bothered about Mustafa Ali, but if there was someone that they wanted to keep, if you've let someone go because they've requested it, I don't know how that looks if another person does the exact same thing, but they get a different answer. Like, I don't know, legally, I don't know where you would stand, to be honest. It's very interesting. If you've got that contract, and the contract says you will wrestle for us, you will be working for us for the next X amount of years, you will be paid X amount each year, blah, 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 blah. Like, if you can get out of that by sending a tweet saying, you know, I've requested my release, and you send a tweet out and they grant it to Mustafa Ali, I don't know quite how things sit. So I suppose I'm a bit surprised because I don't think Mustafa Ali is someone they're really bothered about at all. I mean, we've seen like bigger names get released than Mustafa Ali. He might be someone that would go over to AEW and would be picked up, but we know they've been releasing superstars and they're not bothered if AEW pick them up. You know, if anything, they've been wanting AEW to pick them up so that it bloats AEW and they have to spend more money on wages and everything. So I can only imagine it's that, yeah. I can only imagine it's like not to set a dangerous precedent, not to let other people that feel a bit frustrated, not to let them think that it's easy to get out of your contract kind of a thing. So, yeah, it's very interesting. Very interesting. Jonathan says, do you think, Jonathan Walker, shout out to you, do you think WWE will pack out the stadium the same way they did at WrestleMania 32 this time around. I don't know what the capacity is allowed to be honest. So I don't know if they're allowed the whole stadium to be open. If the whole stadium is allowed to be filled, then yes, I do think they pack it out, because I think they're looking at buy one get one free. I think there'll be loads of comps. I think if you're in and around that area, I should imagine on the radio, pretty much every radio station's going to be giving away WrestleMania tickets. Lots of executives will be giving them. There'll be probably tickets to local shops that sell like WWE merch. I mean, I used to work for a retail company, and we used to get free tickets to WWE. Not all the time, but I'd say every probably maybe once a year, actually. They only came over twice. But normally for the April tour, they would do Birmingham, and we would get free tickets to go along. So we were just a shop. We were just a shop, a local shop that sold like DVDs, WWE DVDs. We got tickets sent through. Not many. I think we used to get about 4. But, you just kind of think like, well, who else are they sending them out to? If you go to a show and you look around, it's a good chunk of people that haven't paid to be there. So I think they'll do the exact same thing with WrestleMania. They'll get as much money as they can for the tickets, sell them to as many fans as they can, and then as it gets closer to the time, they'll have a good idea of how many are left over, and then they'll start giving them out. I think famously, wasn't like WrestleMania 8. WrestleMania 8, if you saw WrestleMania 8, was an incredible crowd. But I've got a feeling that a good chunk of that was comps. Good chunk of that was like free. Something in my head is talking about WrestleMania 8. WrestleMania 8 attendance. I want to have a look at that. WrestleMania 8 attendance, reception, aftermath. Savage, blah, 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 blah. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get any answers now. Hughes Dome, dark match before. Friendship torn apart. Production. Who's Your Dome, Reba McIntyre, storylines. Now, there's something about WrestleMania 8 that's in my head that there was loads of comps. Crowd. WrestleMania 8 crowds. 62,000 in attendance. Here we go. Was WrestleMania 8's attendance a disappointment? When record numbers get trotted out, you hear about 93,000, 80,000. Who's goes and mentions, I don't think attendance 62,000 was announced. It's a high number and outdrew 50,000. Lower than what was projected. My guess it didn't break a record. Doesn't say. I thought I'd found an article on it, but it didn't really say. But answer your question, I think it'll look absolutely fine, but don't expect everyone there to have paid. 5 minutes to go until we get the GOAT, Roman Reigns. Will John Cena and Edge be on SmackDown? They've not been announced. John Cena, no. There's no... Edge is over on Raw, and John Cena's not in WWE anymore. They might start the show with Roman. Edward said, please read today's leader on the show. I am so excited. SmackDown is beep. You make it better. Edward, appreciate the kind words. WWE Spiteful said, I thought the best superstars to beat Roman for the title were Jeff Hardy, Drew McIntyre, AJ Styles, and The Rock. The Rock could have returned at Survivor Series and beaten Roman for the title at WrestleMania. I think they're about 12 months out. I can see that happening next year when it's at Hollywood. Planet Dan said, imagine Prince Devitt versus Danielson, or him facing Hangman, or him versus Moxley. If he was to go to AEW, who would be your top 5 talents for him to work? I don't know, dude. I don't know. I mean, yeah, you can go up against loads, can't he? Sammy, Darby. Just, the list is endless. But, I mean, like, a top 5, it's just all the usual suspects, isn't it? I'm looking forward to Rampage because of Jon Moxley's first match back, says Ben. A lot of NXT stars are backstage for SmackDown. Well, that's interesting. That's interesting. So I ain't expecting any NXT stars. Daniel said, are you hoping tonight's SmackDown isn't like last week with a lot of silly segments and then a great Roman segment, the only talking point? Definitely. Last week was hard work last week. I remember it was pretty awful, and I think we were all kind of in agreement that it was pretty awful, and then we got to that main event, and it still wasn't great, but it definitely picked up the score. Definitely. Do you think we'll get a batch of releases after WrestleMania? Callum, shout out to you, bud. Yeah, I could see that. I can see that. I mean, that actually is the traditional time for releases. So, I mean, we have had a lot, obviously. I don't know that there's going to be many, but, you know, I'm sure they're always analysing and looking at that roster. And if they feel that after WrestleMania there's more cuts that can be made, then traditionally that is the time you would see it, actually. So out of all the times in the year, it is normally after WrestleMania, as you say. So I'm going to say yes. I mean, they've been cutting and continue to cut people. So, I mean, you might think now they've probably got it to where they want it. But if there are more cuts coming this year, and I wouldn't be surprised, then, yeah. Because the thing is, the night after WrestleMania, I suppose we could see people like Io get called up, Raquel Gonzalez get called up. We could see Tommaso get called up. There could be actually a proper Raw after WrestleMania. We haven't been having them, because don't forget, 2 years ago, there was no crowds. Last year, there was no crowds. I think the Raw after WrestleMania last year was Thunderdome. I don't think it was a proper crowd. I think we did have a crowd at WrestleMania, but I don't think we had a crowd on that Raw. Or if we did, then it just was a normal Raw, because it certainly didn't have call-ups and have that big night, that Raw after WrestleMania vibe to it. So I'm hoping that this year that's exactly what we get. I would love a Raw after WrestleMania return. So that's what I'm looking for. So if we are going to be calling up people, then that might mean that some cuts are made, which I hope not. Of course, I hope not. Brandon, hello. Do you think Roman will retain at the Rumble? I think so, yeah. I think Roman being champion till WrestleMania makes a lot of sense. I think that Miz Maurice storyline for their love is coming to an end, because I think that the Royal Rumble, Maurice tells the Miz that she wants a divorce. Ciampa has been doing some dark matches. He's already called up. Did you see the UFC 270 press conference? I did. Mike says, Vader time. We are just seeing last week with Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins. Will Trish be in the Rumble? She's not announced, but she might be. Don't know what surprises they've got. I don't think Trish would be a great one. We had Trish not that long ago when we thought that it was going to be Ronda in the Royal Rumble. It was actually Trish. So we've had Trish not too long ago. I mean, she's still a legend and whatnot, but I think people will probably pop a bit louder for a return of Bayley or Asuka. The Almighty Supreme One said, LA Knight beat Roderick Strong in a dark match tonight. Days, Seth Rollins is a freaking dork, said Hammer Studios. Jerry said, Sasha Banks has been touring the US promoting the new season of The Mandalorian. I don't think her injury was as serious as we were led to believe. I think she will be in the Royal Rumble. LDTV, shout out to you. Hello, Legend Killer. Dave said, I expect Ciampa and Dunn to be in the men's Rumble. Harley said Trish was 4 years ago. Yeah. Still recent. I mean, okay, maybe it wasn't last year, but I kind of feel like we've seen it, done it. It's not like it's 10 years ago or 15 years ago. Like, it's still recent. So she could be the surprise. But honestly, I'm just being honest. If she is the only surprise, that is disappointing to me. Trish being the only surprise or the main surprise, I think is flat. We've already had it. Right, here's the Usos. We're in Nashville, Tennessee. Right, we've got the Usos in the ring. Let's see what the Usos got to say. So the Usos in the ring. I don't know if there is a... Right, longest reigning Universal Champ. Ever. 508 days. "508 consecutive days, the longest reigning Universal Champion. Not Kevin Owens. Not Seth freaking Rollins. Not the Beast Brock Lesnar. But there is one. We the ones. This makes me want to change the channel. They're obsessed with days. Right, so a big intro for Roman. Daniel said, Serena Deeb said today in an interview that she can't say who, but we have just picked up some very strong female additions to the roster. Marina Shafir is rumoured to be one of them. Right, here's Roman. Days, I got my visa to go to Wrestlemania. Very cool. All the girls are cheering for Roman. Here's Roman. The GOAT himself, Roman Reigns, the head of the table. So, Roman making his way out. Roman looking at that Universal Championship. Holding it up in the air. Nashville is 2 hours away from me. I think I could have gone. Proud staff of LDTV has made it possible to attend UFC in Cali. To give you a live count from inside the Anaheim. Have fun, LDTV. Should be a great show. Both of them are definitely appearing at his match at Royal Rumble to help him, said Shoggoth. Credit them for having the Usos in the ring already. Universal has been in existence since 2014. Looks weird that Roman on his own without Paul Heyman. Yep. I think it takes away, to be honest. I think having someone proudly hold the belt up for him, looking nervous around him, like, do you know what I mean? Like, just following him around like a servant, if you will, a lackey. I kind of think I do think that's missing. So we've got the Usos in the ring. We've got Roman in the ring. Does definitely feel like something's missing without Paul Heyman. Still great. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, it's still great. Look at them. Bloodline are nothing to the Shield, though, are they? I mean, I suppose they're a bit different. They haven't really been having many matches together. But all three of them have got belts. Usos are the current tag champs. Roman is the Universal champ. Roman looking around at the crowd. Taking his time. Roman puts his hand out. Nashville. Acknowledge me. It's not that big of a deal without Heyman. He doesn't need Heyman. Can't wait for him to say, acknowledge me, embrace it. Roman feels like a megastar every time he comes out. Edward said, we the ones. Taking his time. Okay, let's, oh, what, we got a video package. Okay, so we got a video package that's going to be looking at Roman since he returned. We're just seeing him spear Braun. No sign of The Fiend, who I believe was The Fiend in that match as well. Roman doesn't need a manager. The Bloodline is fine, just fine for him, says Mike. The commentary need to shut up. Whoever plays the WWE 2K games, put a poll. Vote for the last one. They said, do you want to see the roster? I need to see the roster, says Michael. Who have you got tomorrow? I see Garn chewing up Ngannou's lead leg very quickly, and then he will be able to avoid Francis's attacks and then either win by decision or get the finish. I've got Garn winning tomorrow. Roman's return at SummerSlam was so shocking. What if, and I mean what if, Roman breaks Bruno's record? I have no idea. I honestly don't know. I don't know if people would be willing to watch that. I mean, we've done 500 days, so we've done what, coming up to a year and a half-ish, coming up to it. And you know, Bruno's is 7 years. I mean, you've still got so long to go. Him keeping that belt all that time. I don't think I mean, I just don't think he'll be around in that time. I don't think in 7 years he'll still be here. I think he'll have gone to Hollywood by then, to be honest. So it's really difficult to answer what, you know, what if he does break it? I mean, if he breaks it, he goes down as, you know, one of the greatest superstars ever, but he's already in that bracket. Right, so we watched a video package. Here's Seth. So Seth making his way out. We get the video package. Seth has got white trousers, white shoes. He's got some kind of robe. Is it a robe? I think it might be like a house coat or something. I haven't even got a clue. Seth frickin' Rollins. Roman has a punchable face, says Jim. Seth wearing a bathrobe. Seth's wearing a carpet. I'm tempted to go with kimono. Is that a word? Okay, so Seth says, let's celebrate. Right. You sent your cousins to Raw to do your dirty work. If you had a message to send, you've got my number. Brandon said, I've heard that Roman will lose the Universal to Seth and Brock will beat Bobby and it will be Roman Brock for the WWE Championship at Mania, says Brandon. Where have you heard that, Brandon? Just interested to know where it's come from. I haven't seen that personally, but as we're getting closer to the Royal Rumble, there's more and more bits of news and rumors that are being shared around. Reigns ain't losing no time soon. I assure you, if he did, it might be WrestleMania. That's true. Usos are the longest reigning tag champ, says Harley. Dave, Seth is wearing a clown jacket, says Robert. You have my word. Our Rumble match will be one-on-one. Was believe that the next line you was about to say? Seth says, how about I find a partner, I'll take on the Usos. If I beat them, then they're barred from ringside. Just say no. Just say no. No. That was really easy, Roman. Oh, one of the Usos has agreed. That's good. I like that. I like the fact Roman didn't say it. I like the fact Roman didn't do it, but the Usos believe in themselves, and so they've agreed. That's good. That's good booking. I like the fact Roman didn't accept it. Kevin Owens. Owens coming out. So we've got Seth Rollins and Kevin Owens, a heel team, taking on a heel team if the heels win, then the other heels can't interrupt in the heel versus heel main event match. Amazing. Amazing. Roman said this isn't final till the tribal chief says so. Raise the stakes. If you lose tonight, you lose your match at the Rumble. And I'm going to go on vacation. It's too stacked in Seth's favour. That's the only problem. So, Seth and Kevin taking on the Usos. If Seth and Kevin win, then the Usos are banned from ringside. If the Usos win, then Seth loses his shot at the Royal Rumble. I mean, I must admit, with the first stipulation, I thought, wow, that means Seth's going to win and they'll ban the Usos. The second stipulation is now absolutely guaranteed that's what's going to happen. Right, next, Kofi takes on Madcap Moss. It's just a rumor, but I thought it was interesting. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of rumors around at the moment. If it had come from someone like Sean Ross Sapp or Meltzer, then I would put some stock in it. If it's just doing the rounds and like Billy Bob is saying it, then I wouldn't pay it much attention, to be honest. But we'll see. I personally don't think Roman's going to lose, but as we mentioned earlier, there's a way forward that they could go if they did. I just don't think Seth's the right one, is he? Doesn't make sense. None of this makes sense. Can't believe Seth referred to Dean as Mox, says Random Gamer. Hi, Days. How is it stacked in Seth's favour? I'm asking out of curiosity, said Vishal. Because, Seth and Kevin against the Usos, I think it makes sense that they're going to want you to tune into the Royal Rumble thinking that Seth has got a chance. They're not going to want you tuning into the Royal Rumble thinking, well, the Usos can interfere at any time. So it makes sense to get the Usos out the way. So as soon as it was Seth, Kevin Owens against the Usos, I would say, so if it's Seth, Kevin versus the Usos, Seth, Kevin win because Seth needs momentum. Yeah, there's no point having Seth lose this close to the Royal Rumble. It doesn't make any sense. So without any stipulation, I'm thinking Seth wins. Add in the fact then that the caveat is if Seth wins, the Usos can't get involved at the Royal Rumble. That immediately makes me go, well, definitely Seth's winning, because not only does he need to win this close to the Royal Rumble, but also it's going to be a case that they want the Usos out the way. We've got to get the Usos out the way. Got to get the Usos out the way because the Usos, we don't want people tuning in thinking, oh, Roman's going to win, the Usos will interfere. So this way we can get the Usos out the way. They're not allowed to be at the Royal Rumble, right? So now I'm definite that Seth's winning. And then they've gone one step further and they've said if Seth loses, he won't even get the match. So now I'm 1,000,000% sure that Seth's winning because he's got to win because it's this close to the Rumble. They're going to want the Usos out the way. And now they're also saying that he's going to lose the match. They ain't going to do that. Roman's going to defend that title at the Royal Rumble. It doesn't make sense for him to not. Yeah, I mean, literally everything is just pointing towards Seth winning that match. There might be some skullduggery. I don't know how they'll get about doing it, but Seth will win that with Kevin Owens. What is this? A twist, and Seth wins, and they make a heel turn for Owens to earn the right to fight Roman at the Rumble. What if this is a twist and a turn for Seth, and they make Owen? Oh, it's too complicated, I think. So you're gonna take Seth out of that match. You're gonna turn Kevin Owens, or turn someone face, put someone else in there instead. I don't see it. Roman loses at the Royal Rumble, wins the Rumble, choose to belt at Mania, says Abdel. Roman said, did John Cena write your lines for you? You're saying the same things. Seth mentioned Mox. Right, we've got Madcap in the ring. So Madcap Moss is taking on Kofi Kingston. Hear me out. Alexa helps Roman retain. She joins the Bloodline, and then Roman becomes Supernatural. Absolutely perfect. Actually, what I would do is I'd have Alexa join the Bloodline. Roman becomes Lily. I think that would be a lot of fun. Maybe one of the Usos could become like a rocking horse or something in the playground. So when Alexa makes the playground appear, maybe you could have two Usos, like kind of on, those kind of little curved bits of wood. They could maybe hold onto them with a saddle on their backs, and the Usos could be the rocking horses. And then we've got like Roman dressed as Lily and Alexa in the playground. Sign me up, man. Sign me up. Yeah, we will. As two rocking horses, though. I can't get that image out of my head now. I'm here for that. Maybe all of their victims can become part of the playground. How about that? In some way. Dark. Right. We are underway with Madcap and Kofi. Austin said, I love it. You should work for WWE. Totes. I've got a saddle they could use. I totally believe that as well. Totally believe that. R.I.P. the brand split, says Anna. Where are the pancakes? We're being robbed of little circular breakfast delights. Well, it does seem like the flipping brand split's over. We've got Kevin Owens here. We've got Seth here. We've got Big E on the show. Big E is in Kofi's corner. He's making sure that Baron Corbin doesn't interfere. 25 minutes gone. Big E is never going to be champion again. What's this? Bring Monday Night Raw to SmackDown Day. Bring Monday Night Raw to SmackDown Day. Oh, look at what Madcap's wearing. Kofi gets chucked out the ring. Madcap's wearing like shorts, braces, socks, red socks. It's a pretty wild wrestling attire. Down goes Madcap. Corbin comes round. Big E grabs him, hurls him into the ring steps. Welcome back, New Day. How many body slams do you predict tonight? I have no idea. Do we expect a lot of body slams, do we? Five body slams. Kane said WWE 2K22 will have the biggest roster with 500 superstars plus 50 legends. Is that true, is it? 500 superstars. I mean, in all fairness, that was about the roster last year. Wasn't it? Probably if you looked at NXT, SmackDown, and Raw, it's probably about that number. So that just features Raw and SmackDown. That's it. Pretty much commentary said the reason why there's Raw stars here is because it's Rumble season. So in other words, SmackDown need big stars right now. That's why Seth, Kevin Owens, and E are here, says Harley. You could tell that Vince gave Madcap that attire so that he can show off his physique as much as possible. That's true. Master Chief said, unless Big E evolves, I doubt he becomes champ, but he needs to take a risk and change it up. Become more aggressive. Show that you want that back. I completely agree. Completely agree. My big frustration with him was that he walked into that fatal four-way that turned into a fatal five-way with a flipping smile on his face and deserved to lose that title. I've got no sympathy for Big E whatsoever. He deserved to lose that title. He put up no fight whatsoever about having to face those kind of odds. And, you know, now he's not even getting a title match or anything. He's no rematch or anything. I mean, I'm fine with there not being, like, rematches all the time for titles and everything. But, God, with that one where the odds were against him, the fact he didn't get, like, a rematch for it, I think is pretty crazy. How long do you think until Corbin gets a main event push? I don't know that he will. I don't know, but I think Corbin is someone that is really trapped in the mid-card. You know, he might go after, like, a mid-card title. He's won King of the Ring in the past, of course. But, like, I can't see him with the title. I can't see him being WWE or Universal. Might he go into a feud? I don't know. We'd have to be pretty low of options for us to get to Happy Corbin, I think. His backstage promo, the Raw after, was awesome with so much passion, says Harley. Vishal said, I feel like Corbin and Madcap could both be really good main card heels instead of their current goofy phase. Master Chief said, imagine Stone Cold goes into that five-way match. He would have been cussing all the way to the ring. Big E needs to leave the New Day stuff behind him and focus on his singles career. I have to think that he would. I have to think that he would leave all of that behind him. But I'm guessing creatively they still want to have that link to the New Day, and they don't want to, like, kill off the New Day. I think the New Day probably still shift merch. They're probably still really popular. They might think there's still some legs in the New Day. They don't want to really wrap it all up, but I don't know, I completely agree. If Big E is going to go on to be big main event star, then he does need to get that bit more aggressive and does need to leave the New Day behind. Who is the winner of Naomi or Charlotte? I think it'll be Charlotte. Why does everyone think Big E's theme song is Y'all Wanna Go Big when it's We All Wanna Go Big? Because it sounds like Y'all Wanna Go Big. Y'all wanna go big. What if Brock wins and Seth wins, and then we get Roman versus Seth versus Brock at WrestleMania 38 for both belts? Who will be the winner out of Naomi and Charlotte? I think it will be Charlotte. This is why Paul Heyman gave Big E his flowers in the opening promo after day one, because he knew Big E was going to get buried. Days, is it not terrible that they are now desperate for talent to carry SmackDown, that they need to look at Raw's roster? All I'm going to say is I'd rather have some Raw stars here than last week's show. That's what I'm going to say. Yes, I understand the frustration about the brand split not existing, but, you know, if we need a bit of star power and we just don't have it, and we need to lean on a bit of Raw for the time being, fine. I'd much rather that than, you know, just a really bad show that he's just putting out people there where you don't have any, like, feeling towards them. But, kick out by Kofi, looking for a powerbomb. They're reluctant to separate New Day because of their current charity work and projects to be released in 2022-2023. After that, it is likely, though. And that's from a Big E interview. That's interesting. That's interesting. That must be really frustrating for Big E. Kofi. Victorious over Madcap. Happy Corbin getting into the ring. Big E gets into... cut him off. Big E takes his jacket off. Corbin's like, doesn't fancy it. So Madcap is going to be big-ended. And there we go. Kofi wins. Master Chief said, who cares about the brand split? Give us good matches. Give us KO and Seth. Stop writing rubbish, Vince. Did you hear Big E and Cody drove up to a hotel that Brody Lee's wife was in and surprised his son? And Big E and Cody were the ones that informed his son about Brody's condition. I did hear, well, I haven't heard that level of detail, but I did hear that Big E and Cody were involved with Brody's family and the kids and whatnot. Last week we got the world records from Aaliyah. I like how Big E is more serious now. Christian the King, hello. This is what was needed from Big E when he was champion. Yeah, I agree. So, progressive match flow. Fastest victory in WWE history. Aaliyah. So, is she going to run with that now? Here's Aaliyah. Okay, so she's going to take on Natalya again. So it's a rematch of last week. Another rematch. Yep. I don't care about the brand split because Raw stars on SmackDown don't make sense. How many roll-up pins do you predict for tonight? 5. Aaliyah is the GOAT, said Flaxmack. Harley said, I actually think Big E has a big chance of winning the Rumble. It is worthy. I call it the deconstipator. Full Nelson applied, then once limp picked up and dropped butt first onto the mat. I think I started off with Harley and ended up with Williams' comments there. Jaden said, do you think that Johnny Knoxville will be a future Hall of Famer? Probably. If you're a celebrity and you even show a passing interest in WWE, you get into the Hall of Fame. Will Kofi be champion again? I don't think so, but they could always go back to him if they're in a situation where they need to. Herb said Aaliyah needs to work on her entrance. It is plain and dull. Aaron, shout out to you. I hope you're well. Appreciate the kind words. Who do you think will win the Rumble? I've got Big E. I'm thinking Brock, but I have been wrong pretty much every year. I don't know if I've had a year where I've got it right. So, yeah, I'm certainly far from confident, but I've explained as to why I've gone with it, because the rumor was meant to be that we're getting Roman, Brock, and we're getting Becky, Bianca. So with that in mind, that's what made me think Bianca and Brock. Days, I think WWE should drop the brand split and just have wrestlers on both shows. Shannon said, do you remember when one of the Bushwhackers marched into the Rumble, was thrown over, and continued to march back up the ramp? I think it was Luke. He went into the ring, clothesline by Earthquake, I think, over the top rope, went right back down the entranceway. Perfect. It's not good look how we had Kofi versus Madcap Moss, then follow it with Aaliyah and Natalya. Both of them matches happened last week. Shuggoth said, have you ever seen William and Harley in the same room? It's a really good point, that is, you know. That's a really good point. What if Harley is just a William Hensey burner account, fake account, where he can actually share, like, proper wrestling thoughts? So, like, we all know that William Hensey's got, like, a really deprived mind. And I think he likes to share his honest thoughts on his William Hensey account. But then I think he does have wrestling thoughts as well, and wrestling news that he's heard about. And so I think that's where he created the Harley account. Harley, the Draw Maharaja. It definitely makes sense. Definitely makes sense. I think they've both been around at the same time as well. And they're both always on the Wrestling Escape Pod. It's very interesting. I would like to see Big E go bit Ron Simmons. Just big, strong, bit rude, but there for business, said Master Chief. Dave, in real life, shout out to you, said, I'm torn between Bayley or Asuka winning, but depending on which one actually returns. What did the tomato say to the other tomato during a race? Ketchup. 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 William said, busted. How'd you feel about Volta's new name? I don't mind. I'm just pleased that it's not what we heard. I'm just pleased it's not the full Nazi flipping name. I would have preferred it to have stayed as Volta, but there's Summer Rae. Well, she looks pleased, doesn't she? She looks pleased as punch. Like, no disrespect, she also looks like she's had some work done. She does look like she's had some work done. I do not mean that in a disrespectful way. I'm just saying that I do look at her and she looks a little different. Legend? Yeah. All read everything. I don't know about Legend, but okay. Austin said, do you agree that Volta should come out to the Friends theme now that he's called Gunther? Not really, because I kind of feel like he was ignored quite a bit by the Friends. Like, he had a crush on Rachel. They never really allowed him any kind of major moments in the show. I kind of feel like if he is named after him, then I think what we have to do is sort of ignore him now. I think we have to kind of ignore him. When he comes out, we all have to just kind of like talk to our friends and just kind of not even notice that he's there. If he actually directly talks to us, then we go, oh, hello. Yeah, oh, yeah. Good to see you, bud. Good to see you. You having a match? Oh, okay, have fun. Yeah, I'll see you in a bit. So, yeah, I said to Michael that, he's got to stop buying that stuff. It's not doing any good for his hair. But, yeah, I mean, I would say that we have to go that way. So, in fairness, he can come out to anything. He can come out to whatever he wants. If he is basing it on Gunther, then I think legally we're meant to not notice that he's there. The actor that played Gunther died recently. I did see him. He managed to, at least he got onto that reunion show before he passed. So that was nice, but that is true. Gunther will just bring the others coffee whilst he's sat in catering. Right, Natalya stomping away on Aaliyah. DQ. Aaliyah wins. Aaliyah wins because of a DQ. Natalya unloading on Aaliyah. They're putting these two together so Aaliyah can work with a veteran. It's just classic WWE. Oh, look who it is. Zaya Lee making her way down. Haven't seen her in a while. CGI leaves. Yeah! That's terrifying. The way... Why does she get so close to the people in the crowd? I don't understand. Yeah! 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 Like if you was in the crowd, you'd be like, ah! 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 I don't get it. She always seems... I need to freeze frame that. It seems like she gets so close when she does a little dance. Jesus! God, chill, woman. Chill. All she needs to do is come out and just go, just do that. Just come out and go, I'm watching you. She'll stop. Don't need to wipe out the front frickin' row of both sides. There's just dead bodies everywhere now, all down the entranceway. Just decapitated members of the crowd. Ah! Ah! Imagine if she had Drew's sword. Wow. Have they managed to get the weekend again? I hope so. She almost poked the fan's eye out. It looked that way. It definitely felt like it looked that way. I feel bad if a fan jumps the barricades and tries to jump Zaya Lee. She would chop them up. She's crazy, isn't she? And they've got like CGI leaves and CGI lightning and crowd getting decapitated. And I mean, I could understand if Jinder and Veer and Shanky, if they looked at Zaya Lee and they were like nervous. I could understand, not with Drew and his sword. You know, we've joked about how how Drew's not going to decapitate anyone. Zaya Lee might. Zaya Lee stands a great chance of doing it completely unintentionally. Los Latherios versus someone. Do you think The Fiend will be a mystery at the Royal Rumble and win the match and go to WrestleMania? No. That was terrible, and the float lost again, says BBB Yipsy. I will be stationed at the West entrance at the Rumble. with my Ozark jug band. We also have a spoons guy. Please stop by and give a listen. Sure thing, Harley. Root Beer Float said, do you think we'll ever have Sheamus and Cesaro the bar again? Do you think they will get back together because the tag division is lacking? Haven't they done aren't we getting Mansoor and Cesaro instead? I think we're getting Sheamus and Ridge. That's what we were meant to get. And maybe Mansoor and Cesaro. So, I don't know, to be honest. I don't know what direction they're going in. Los Lotharios versus Viking Raiders. The ultimate buzzkill. Days, where has Shayna been? She's not injured, is she? She was my pick for the Rumble, but now I'm not so sure. Where is Shayna, actually? It's a good question. I don't know. Hang on. Shayna Baszler. Shayna Baszler. Nope. No, can't see anything there. I do remember seeing her as one of the, not favourites, but she was on the betting odds. But I think she was quite low. Perhaps they just don't have anything for her. I can't remember her being injured, to be honest. Or reading that she's injured. Last thing I heard was that she was all right with the Alexa storyline. Shane is currently trying to dig her way out of the dirt that WWE Creative have buried her in. I need to find out if that was The Weeknd. How much do they love The Weeknd? What has 4 wheels and flies? A garbage truck, said Coach Co. I'm sad that we lost Louis Anderson. I don't know who that is, to be honest. I don't believe I know who that is. Is that Meatloaf? I know Meatloaf passed away today, but I don't know Meatloaf's real name. Oh, no. Louis Anderson is an actor? Don't know. I'm not very good when it comes to actors. Here come the Viking Raiders. Meghan Markle is going to enter the Rumble. I don't know if you remember. Started watching WWE to watch streams. She mainly watches UFC streams. She loves you, says Team Switcheroo. Team Switcheroo, shout out to you. Shout out to your grandma as well, Bonnie L. That's cool. I'm glad she enjoys UFC. It's going to be a good one tomorrow. Big one tomorrow. Days, Shayna was with Sonya for a bit. Shayna was with Sonya for a bit. I don't remember, to be honest. I remember there being a couple of people. Was Natalia one? No, I can't even remember. I think she did have some lackeys, didn't she? Meatloaf ghost hunting was always quality entertainment, said Master Chief. Right, we've got 10 minutes to go till the half-time scores. Louis Anderson was a comedian and an actor. I don't know him. I don't know. What was he in? I mean, in all fairness, he could be in quite a few things. I wouldn't know. He was in filmography. Oh, not much. Not many films. He was in Ferris Bueller's. He was in Coming to America. Was he known more for TV? Life with Louis. Leavenworth, The Louis Show. Baskets. Never heard of Baskets. Don't know. Your memory is awful. My memory is bad. For stuff that I just don't really care about. Prince Andrew to join the Rumble under the Queen's demand to get a royal beat-in. Wow. There's many things we can say about that comment. And we'll leave it there. He was known much more as a comedian than an actor, says Davids. Hayden said, I don't know who Louis Anderson is, to be honest. Well, look, some of us know him. Some of us don't know him. It's sad news. And the world lost Meatloaf as well today. Can you look at my tweets? What is it? I don't know. I've got a few tweets, bud. As expected, WWE has abandoned their trademark for Gunter Stark. WWE applied for it last week with the idea it'd be the new ring name for Volta. Doesn't mean they're not going to call him Gunter, though. Casey. Shout out to Casey. Casey sent a tweet saying that she's got COVID but still watching. Casey, shout out to you. There's a lot of people, man, that are struggling with that at the moment. A lot of people are struggling with it, so you're certainly not alone. Lost Jobbers, Viking Raiders win. And we are going over to Naomi and Sonya from last week. We said, didn't we, that Adam Pearce was starting to look swole. And he showed off a picture of his wrestling boots. Normally, if someone teases they're going to be in the Rumble, I think, no, they won't. But we did say last week he was looking quite swole. So I am wondering if he's going to, if he is going to do something. Dun, 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 dun. What's she got? Inflatable? Are they inflatable ones? She's got some kind of 2 sticks. I don't know if they're inflatable. I could see them selling them. Feel the glow. Oh, yeah. She's giving them to the crowd. Maybe to the people that Zaya Lee decapitated. I'm really sorry that you lost your child, but here's a glow-in-the-dark inflatable stick. Sorry about the Zaya Lee thing. This is... Vince wanted me to give you this. Have a good trip home. Wow, are we actually going to have a good match on SmackDown? Find out next on SmackDown. Days, he was known more as a stand-up comedian. His first appearance was on Johnny Carson in 1984. Glow sticks. Glow sticks. This entrance makes me dizzy. Root Beer Float said, do you think Shane McMahon might be in the Royal Rumble as a surprise entrant? We haven't seen Shane in a long time. Here comes the money. Here come the money. Here come the money. Money, 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 money. Dollar, dollar. Dollar, dollar. Could we? We could, yes. We could. I don't know that we will, but then I would say that for everyone. So, you know. My feeling is Rob Van Dam. The reason why I've gone Rob Van Dam is because Mattel are making figures of him again, which makes me think he's signed a Legend deal, or certainly at least a merch deal. And I'd imagine he would be quite obtainable for them. So I'm thinking maybe Rob Van Dam, but who would be more obtainable than Vince's own offspring? So could be a few people, but yeah. Edward said, I've hit 200 followers. Many congratulations. Days, Naomi needs that glowing globe headgear back. That was cool. That was really cool. I don't know. I can only imagine they stopped doing it because it's not something WWE could maybe sell or market, or I don't know. But there was basically a company that you could buy them. They were quite expensive, but I found the company that did them. They were fabric globes that you put your head into, and it had just LED lights all over it, and you could program it to do whatever you wanted. So if you wanted words like going all the way around, you could do that. If you wanted a smiley face, you could do that. Like, literally just displayed whatever. That was cool. That was really cool, but really expensive. And I don't know, perhaps WWE looked at it and they were like, no. I don't know, it's such a shame, isn't it? But unless they can maybe sell them and own that and copyright that, maybe they're like... Because there'd be nothing stopping another wrestler buying it and doing the same thing. So perhaps it was that. Because I can't really think as to why they wouldn't continue with it, because it was really cool. Do you think Mr. McMahon versus Adam Pearce is awesome, or Austin Theory versus Vince? Have you seen Vince? He's struggling to talk. He ain't going to wrestle. I think Vince's wrestling days are done. Hollywood Guy, hello. Days, who are the top 5 Intercontinental Champions? I read somewhere Lita might be permanent for a while. Top 5 Intercontinental Champions, I would think Jericho. He's got to be maybe top of the tree. For me, he might be Mr. Intercontinental. You do always think about Honky Tonk Man, but I mean, I do like Macho Man's reign. He had a good Intercontinental reign, and then he lost it to Ricky at WrestleMania 3 in one of the most iconic matches ever. So Pat Patterson was the first. So Pat Patterson might be on that list. Jericho might be on that list. Macho Man might be on that list. Honky Tonk had that incredible record-breaking run. I think when you think of Intercontinental, a lot of people might think of the Honky Tonk Man. I think The Miz has had a lot of Intercontinental title runs as well, hasn't he? So The Miz might be someone. I think it's hard. If you've only had one Intercontinental run, it's hard unless it's really iconic. You know, I think like the Warrior had one, but it was really iconic. I think Honky Tonks was one, but it was really iconic. And then you got like Mr. Perfect, British Bulldog, Bret Hart, of course. It's been some brilliant runs, but if you're going to nail it to a top 5, I would say Pat Patterson, because he's the first. Jericho, because I think of him when I think of the IC belt. Miz, because he's probably had so many IC title reigns. I think he might just slip in there. Macho Man, because maybe the most iconic Intercontinental match might be that one from WrestleMania 3. So I would put him in. And I don't know if I've mentioned them all. Warrior, Razor, yeah. Ladder match was amazing, wasn't it? Razor was a great IC champion. Don't slight Tito, said David. I feel like we're there or thereabouts. Mr. Perfect was good. A lot of love for Razor. Feels like a lot of you want to put Razor in. Razor Ramon. Bum, 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 bum. He was great. Magnificent Morocco, said Zoom Station. Rise said Tito Santana. Come on, days. Can't forget about that in the early 80s. Never really did it for me, to be honest. But nothing but respect for Tito. Hello. Sonia is in the ring. She wants to be referee in this match. Take it off. Take off your shirt. Get out the ring. Sonya says, I can do this. So there we go. Sonya Deville is now the referee for this match. And we are underway. Naomi against Charlotte. Sonya is the ref. We still don't know why Sonya Deville has got it in for Naomi. So Sonya has taken over. In all fairness, they are pushing Naomi quite hard here. I mean, everyone thinks that WWE have got something against her and that they're trying to hold her down. And that is the literal storyline that they're telling. They're telling the story that Sonya has got something against her and she's trying to hold her down. She's getting on TV quite a bit. She's constantly getting screwed over. Big chop there by Charlotte. And again. The Sonya Naomi thing is getting old. It's stupid. She'll probably still be better than an AEW ref, said Lister Jericho. BB Yipsy said Ricky had a good IC run. It's because of Mandy Rose, says Vortex. Look at this. Lovely. Walls. She's got the walls. The walls of Jericho applied. Trying to... Sonya Deville gets knocked out the ring. Here's Naomi. Rear view. Naomi would have got the pin there, but Sonya is on the outside. Chop block, Naomi. Figure 4. Bell sounds. Rumors that WWE is releasing Raw Superstar T-Bar, said Jadam. Well, there we go. Charlotte wins. Well done. I think that was completely above board. Didn't seem like there was anything wrong there to me. How does it feel to be a big loser? Yeah. Two things that two grown adults probably shouldn't be saying to each other. How does it feel to be a big loser? I think we've slipped back into the Attitude Era here. So Naomi getting back up to her feet as we cut away. Charlotte Flair wins. Hollywood guy said the Bulldog, he was good. Owen Hart. The storyline is redundant, said Derek. Out of all the women on the roster, Sonya just randomly hates Naomi. Where's the explanation and logic, Bruce? So Kevin Owens said, I would be the longest reigning Universal if it wasn't for the Usos. And the thoughts of them doing that to my best friend. The risk is worth the reward. I'm going to go with my friend. Okay. Seth and Becky's characters are the same and it both sucks. Is it me or does this show just feel all over the place tonight? Sonya explained last week why she's got a problem with Naomi. She said that she thought she was A, didn't she? A grade, and she's a B+ player, kind of a thing. You feel like you're a big star and you're not. Right, here's Sami making his way down. So what is this? They're using him like in a little story with Johnny Knoxville, aren't they? So Zayn is going to be up next. Okay. Right, get ready for your halftime scores. Halftime scores. Get your halftime scores in. Get in your halftime scores. This storyline is so messy, said Kuzmo. I agree with Primo. This feels thrown together as your standard Raw. Good news is this is just 1 hour shorter. Who would win a legit match, says Ron. Michael Cole or Adam Cole? Days, it would be great for the Bloodline to see Naomi get in, screwed over, and protect her or something. It would be great for the Bloodline to see Naomi get screwed over and protect her or something. That would be fun, actually, yeah. Is Sami still the #1 contender for the IC Championship, says James Banner. Is Sami still the #1 contender for the IC? Well, they haven't mentioned it, have they? We want Johnny from Jackass. Right, people getting in their scores. We've got 6s, 5s, 7. WTFs out of 10, said Dark Angel. Herb with a 7. We've got Hayden with a 6.5. Austin with a 6.5. 475. This is an awful show. What's your favourite pay-per-view? Probably WrestleMania. It's the granddaddy. We've had some of our best moments at WrestleMania. But I do love the Rumble, of course. Primo said 5. It's messy and chaotic. Did you see the ratings? Every time Sting and Punk are on AEW's card, they break 1 million. I haven't seen the ratings, actually. 12, says Matthew. I don't have the channel, so I'm giving it -10. The tag match Rollins will be a DQ, double DQ, or a count out. 6 out of 10. Corey Graves will be my dark horse to win the Rumble. LD Cool said, I want Naomi to join the Bloodline because there's clearly something wrong with Sonya Deville. 4, it's like watching pint dry. A pint dry? It's like watching a pint dry. I don't even know how long that would take. You'd have to pour yourself a pint, pop it on a table, and just wait. I mean, how long would it take? How long would it take a pint to evaporate? Gee, is it that dull? How long would it take for... How long does it take for a pint of water to evaporate? What? How long does it take for water to evaporate? The water would take 1.2 hours. Am I living in a different world? Do I live in a different world? If you poured a pint of... Why am I doing that? I'm in the pub. And I put it on a table, I come back 1.2 hours later and it's gone. Someone needs to tell this person that it didn't evaporate. There was just someone in the house that was thirsty. No way does it take 1.2 hours. No way. No way. Kid Rock looks great with a red bow in his hair. Kid Rock looking brilliant. Here we go. Look, a glass of water will evaporate over a long period of time. Brilliant. Great answer. Thanks. One website said 1.2 hours. The other says a long period of time. Don't know. I really want to find an answer to that now. That's how dull this show is. It's like watching a pint dry. Right. It depends on the temperature, but that is true. Days, it's 1.2 for every 0.1 ounce. Right, guys, get out your textbooks. We're doing science now. So, we're going to do some maths and some science. If I had a 16.7 ounce glass, how long would it take for that to evaporate? This is going to be more interesting than WWE. Right, Sami has got a table full of things. Okay, he's got a stun gun. Alright, he's got a stun gun. We're going to get classic Mountie noise. Here we go. He's got the stun thing. Yeah, slightly classic noise piped in. Okay, so Sami stunned his own leg. Okay, we're going to level 2 now. This level of voltage incapacitated Johnny Knoxville. Okie doke. I don't think this is like a good idea, is it? I don't like. Is this not going to give? It'll take 20.4 hours, says Toby. Well done, Toby. Toby decided to not watch this and work out the... This. I wonder if this will go down as like one of the worst segments ever. I wonder. I mean, the crowd are like actually booing. Yeah, why? I think we're all asking that. Alright, Johnny Knoxville's coming out to Jackass music. And he's got his shirt. Johnny Knoxville World Champion. There you go. Gives it to someone whose child got decapitated by Zaya Lee. I wonder if backstage they'll like send Johnny out. Just send Johnny out now. You're so concerned with me making a mockery of your profession, but it seems like that's what you're doing to mine. How about we just don't make a mockery of anyone's possession? Like, how about we do that? It is legit. But someone forgot to turn it on. Okay, it's still awful. This is so awful. It's still off. Still off. I would love to get a WWE ticket or front row by the ramp, said Chris. Does the younger generation even know the movie Jackass? And he tips him over the top. Na, 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 na. Jackass forever. We're watching two guys do self-mockeries when no one took either seriously to begin with. Why the fake noises? Are we 5? I think we might be. I don't know. Am I 5? I might be 5. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's happening. Bischoff? That's cool. Are they bringing Bischoff back as a GM? As an authority figure? That would be good. I'm down for that. Maybe Adam Pearce comes back as a wrestler? Perhaps they're going to give Adam Pearce a run. Sonya might go back to being in the ring with Naomi. What you did was over the line. It's affecting your leadership ability. Hear this from me. I'm going to suggest you and Naomi have a match next week. Okay. Good. Now that is leadership. I like Bischoff in this role. I really like Bischoff in this role. I really like Eric Bischoff in that. I could get quite excited for the idea of him being an authority figure. Is Eric going to take Sonya's position? I'm all right with that. I mean, I think she'll go into being like a competitor again. BBB, yeah. BBB Yipsy has been saying this for a long time. BBB Yipsy, bring back Bischoff. Absolutely right. Scott calling it, bring back Bischoff. Hey, there's Ridge. Ridge Holland. Sheamus, another rematch. Dave's Smackdown is so boring. I might go and do more math sums. Well, you did really well last time, buds. You absolutely nailed it. CM Brock said, okay, now we're getting somewhere. Eric did look good in that suit. He wears the suit well, doesn't he? Got to give him that. He definitely wears the suit well. Right, we've got 39 minutes to go. 39 minutes to go. I agree, Eric would look good in that role. Is Bischoff going to take Vince's place, says William. Bring back Eric, just amazing. Rhonda on a YouTube channel last year did a goat walk on her ranch with Johnny Knoxville. A goat walk? What's that? Where they go around counting goats. As long as he doesn't come back dressed as the Karate Kid. Build Bischoff better. I won't watch Eric. I would absolutely never watch SmackDown. Eric is my least favourite in all of sports. Jane said, if Riddle and Randy Orton break up, I know who will be Riddle's new partner, R-Truth. The tag team would be called Original Truth. If bringing back Eric means the end of the cringy Vince segments, I'm completely in favour of it. Please give Eric that GM job. Vince has brought Bischoff back just to fire him again. That is literally Vince's pastime, isn't it? Bring back Eric, fire him. Bring him back, fire him. Bring him back, fire him. God damn. I love it. It's his favourite hobby. Are we sure this isn't last week's SmackDown? Eric Bischoff is the Forbidden Door, says Chalmers. Excellent point. How did they manage to make it sound even more fake when it was apparently turned on? Don't just forget the segment happened. It never happened. If someone goes, what do you think of that segment? The answer is what segment? What did you think of that segment? What segment? You know, the one with the Sami Zayn. I don't think I saw it. Yeah, you did. You know, with the shock thing. No, I think the Mountie used to have a shock thing. Do you mean the Mountie? No, SmackDown with Sammy. Don't know. I remember Eric Bischoff. That was good. That's gonna be my response from now on. Sonya as GM has been good, but it's time for her to be a wrestler now. Eric taking the spot would be great. Freak Jesse says, what segment? I don't know, Jesse. I don't know. What SmackDown? Did you see SmackDown? What SmackDown? This week's SmackDown, you know, with Natalya and Aaliyah. Oh, you mean last week? You mean last week's SmackDown? No. This week. It had Kofi and Madcap. Yeah, last week. Last week's SmackDown. No, it was this week's. I think it was last week. Oh, hello. Oh, goddamn, Lily's back. Right, we've got 2K. Game developers. Joining forces. There's Roman driving by with the sword. Kane. Undertaker. That was nice. A redesigned engine. The Warriors in it. Is this the first time we're seeing this, or has this been already shown? I haven't seen this. Stunning graphics. New My GM mode. Shotzi in a tank. John Cena's in it. Macho Man's in it. 2K22. It hits different. Looks alright, that. Looks alright. It ain't doing much for me, in all fairness. There's nothing there that I haven't seen before. And if those look like PS4 graphics to me. I don't look at those graphics and think PS5. Or anything, like, I don't know. That's already been shown. That was the first time that I am seeing it, says David. Shown, but it's still somewhat new. It's a cool trailer. It looks like a mobile game. But I think it's a cool ad with all, like, the superstars in it. I like Undertaker being in it. And you get to see some of the legends. Like, there's some good stuff there, absolutely. But, I don't know, that look at that footage, that gameplay footage. I don't see any different from PS4. That could have been an advert for 2K20 before 2K20 came out. But there's lots of superstars. involved in that. We saw Alexa and we saw Undertaker. We saw Ray and Dominic. There was Drew, Roman. So there was quite a few people in there. If I don't get to drive that tank with Shotzi in it, I ain't buying it, said Butterstock. Shh. I'm not going to buy it, but if someone I know does, I'll play it. I'm going to buy 2K22, but first I have to get PS5. Toy says, I agree. Boy said, Days, you tripping. Looks basic other than good graphics. I kind of feel like people are having a look at it going, okay, I see ya. But I think we're waiting for them. Those reviews are going to be so important. That's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for IGN to play it. I'm waiting for IGN to play it, and then I'll judge off the IGN and the IGN score and the... Is it Metacritic score as well? I'm waiting for that. So, 2K20, if that comes back, it's like 9 out of 10 or something, then I'm interested. Right. Sheamus. Oh, jeez. Sheamus versus Ricochet. One and only. Everything about that was throwbacky, yet it's still the best thing tonight. IGN sometimes have bad reviews, says the freak Jesse. Taboy said, I've been waiting for 2K22 for so long. I play 2K every day. I have a PC, so the graphics will be good for me if I end up buying it. Mitchell said, I'm sorry, but if Naomi is married to someone who is related to the head of the table, why would she not ask for Roman to handle this Sonya stuff? True. They would have gone that way if this was AEW, but I don't know that they've really leaned that heavily into that relationship. Sheamus with a brogue. It's true, yeah. Perhaps it's because they want Naomi to be the face in this feud. If she goes and asks Roman to fight her battles for her, then maybe it makes her come across not as the face. It makes her come across as the heel. Half an hour to go. Sam said, keep in mind, that was just cutscene footage, not actual gameplay footage. The game hardly has anything to do with 2K20. New devs, new controls, new pretty much everything. I've pre-ordered it. Heather fell asleep. Go to sleep, little one. Yeah. They'd better have special ref matches and casket matches. Let's hope Rampage is good. Dave, SmackDown's boring. I'm going to play Farm Simulator. That's what Brock's doing. Only in real life. Days, I can show you a few pictures that look really realistic, especially Shayna. There's a photo of the difference with Sasha. There's a photo of the difference with Sasha, and it's major. What? These matches are short. Some YouTubers got to play it already. Testers said the graphics are actually very good, better than they've ever looked. Are we expecting The Fiend at the Royal Rumble? No. It's time for our main event, says Boomers. 30 minutes until Jon Moxley's in-ring return. Do you play Uno? I've never played Uno in my life. I don't even know how you play Uno. I'm about to play For Honor on Xbox until AEW starts, says Mac. This has been a very snoozy SmackDown. Listen, what this has been is pretty much the same as last week. Bad, hour and a half, really dull, and then you're going to get something in the main event. That's exactly what we got last week, and that's what we're getting again here. Uno is a great game to play with family and friends. You work for them. Uno. You've never played Uno? Nope. Days is a boomer. We didn't have Uno when I was a kid. Who do you think they should push? The creative team to come up with something better. 2 big returns, Orange Hair Summer Rae and WWE Hall of Famer best podcast guy, Eric Days. I didn't see Eric Days. Let's introduce Days to Uno. How'd you play Uno? Tell me then. How'd you play Uno? Cards in it. What do you do? I don't know what you do with Uno. Get a card. What do you have to do? How many cards do you get? You get 3 cards. Look at them. And you go, I've got 3 cards. The other person said, I've got 3 cards. And you go, oh, it's a draw. How do you play it? I'm just stating facts. Days, have you seen It Begins Again? Cool Wyndham videos. Yeah, that channel's been around for a long time. They used to make, like, Botchamania videos. And then they started to make fake videos of... I can't remember what they did. Like, maybe CM Punk returning at a Royal Rumble or something. And now I've heard they're making, like, fake Fiend videos or something. So, I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. If you enjoy it, good. Kane said, Days, who do you think is going to win the main event tonight? Oh, Seth and Kevin Owens. What is the main event for Rampage? Does anyone know? I think it's going to be Sami Zayn and Johnny Knoxville again. I think they're going to do it over there and then. I think we get that segment again. So that's something to look forward to. Right, we're backstage with Nakamura and Boogs. Double Jeff Jarrett. It is Double J. Double J, J-E, double F, J-A, double R-E, double T. Jeff Jarrett, WWE Hall of Famer. Wow. What's your name? My name. Double J wants to know my name. Why is Double J Jeff Jarrett more impressed with Rick Boogs than he is with Shinsuke Nakamura? Yes, I know you're the Intercontinental Champion, but you can play a mean guitar. If I was Shinsuke, I'd be like, I'm going to go. I don't need, like, this is all a bit awkward. I've only been the champion for, like, I don't know how long. Mainly because I don't defend it. Perhaps he's going to be his manager. Perhaps they've got on the phone and they've gone and got Eric Bischoff, Eazy-E. Eazy-E is going to be GM. And Double J is going to be the manager of Rick Boogs going forward. You know, there's what I will give this show is it's got a couple of talking points in there. One of the worst segments I've ever seen. That was tonight. Eazy-E. That was tonight. Double J. That's tonight. Double J is the most interesting thing so far tonight. Jeff is a guitar aficionado. We need the old IC belt back. This title is... that title was unforgettable. Jeff Jarrett is fighting Effie in GCW this Sunday. Well, who knows? The Forbidden Door has been shattered. GCWs, I can't believe WWE are willing to promote GCW. I can't believe it. Everyone's going to be talking about GCW and tuning into that now. Unbelievable. I didn't think they would do that, guys. I thought Vince would be in fear of GCW, not wanting to promote those shows. But here he is, seemingly not even caring. Unbelievable. The crowd are booing Kevin Owens. Colton, shout out to you. Harley said Roman's reaction to Seth dancing is hilarious. Hilarious. UFC tomorrow. UFC tomorrow. No one told me this is SmackDown Legends night. Legends night. James said, I watched GCW anyway. That's not true, James. You didn't even know what GCW was until Jeff Jarrett just showed up. Don't you come into this community lying. You did not have a clue what GC... You wouldn't have known a GCW if it had slapped you in the face. But now Jeff Jarrett's here. Vince has opened the forbidden door. And all of a sudden, you're GCW's biggest fan. Well, isn't that a coincidence? Isn't that a coincidence? All of a sudden, everyone loves GCW, and it's all thanks to Vince. But apparently, James Chadwick used to watch it before. Ooh. Sure thing. Jeff is the founder of TNA and Impact. Unbelievable. I tell you what, the forbidden door hasn't been opened. It's been blown apart. It's in pieces on the floor. Vince is bringing in all his favorites tonight. Will we get Punk next? Yep. Gonna get Punk. Gonna get Cody. Gonna get The Fiend. We're gonna get Hulk Hogan. We're gonna get Bam Bam Bigelow. We're gonna get everyone. Everyone's gonna be on this show. It's gonna be a smorgasbord of legends. James said, I've been watching it for months. What, you smoking? Oh, that's coincidence, isn't it? Months. You've been watching it for months. Not years. Just months. Just months. By months, do you mean minutes? Is that what you mean? Did you misspell minutes? The minutes since we saw Double J Jeff Jarrett. JARRETT. Hey? I think what happened was you saw Jeff Jarrett. You saw everyone say GCW. And you was like, what's that? And you've jumped on and you've gone, I'm going to subscribe to this now. And now you're going, yeah, I watch GCW. That's what's happening. It might not be. I don't know what's happening, in all fairness. What's happening is we've got 20 minutes to go. Adrian said, damn, he called you out. Yeah, well, if there's one thing we all know about James Chadwick, he is very passionate about WWE and nothing else. He loves WWE, doesn't like anything else. Very one-track minded. Loves WWE. Hates all other promotions. But now, out of nowhere, apparently he likes GCW. But only since Jeff Jarrett arrived. I don't know, guys. It's hard to know where the truth lies. Everything I've said might be lies. Humble Rumble said Summer Rae is hot. Guys, we've got breaking news coming in from Humble Rumble. Summer Rae is hot. Sadly, Ultimate Warrior wouldn't be there. Damn it. Do you think WWE is using these legends with the Raw guys as a way of distracting people for what was obviously a copy and paste show? Yes. Guys, this is not the same as last week's show, because this week we got Eazy-E and we got Double J, so how dare you? Right, we are about to get underway with our main event of the evening. We got 18 minutes to go. Why has no one announced themselves to the Rumble tonight? Are the wrestlers dumb? Just saying I'm going in the Rumble and boom, you're in. You're right, Days. The Forbidden Door. Next thing you know, Mickey James will be in the Rumble and Veer too. Game Changer Wrestling, said Dark Angel. Oh, we all know about GCW now, don't we? Oh, yeah. Fickle. This community, fickle. But I love you all. You're all great. Shout out to you all. Beep, boop. Days, I am watching Friday Night Smackdown. Legend Killer. Shout out to you. Summer is hot in most places. But Miss Ray... Days, I want to make my own wrestling promotion. I'm going to call it EBW or WEW. WEW would be good because then the crowd can chant dub-be-dub, dub-be-dub, dub-be-dub. Or you could go dub-dub-dub. Because the crowd loves saying dub instead of W. Dub-dub-dub, 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 dub-dub-dub. Yes. Yes. World Wrestling Weekly World Wrestling. Weekly. Welcome everyone to Weekly World Wrestling. Dub dub dub. Dub dub dub. Dub dub dub. Dub dub dub. That'd be over, man. I'd watch dub dub dub. I'm not interested in GC dub. Roman versus The Rock at WrestleMania 39. I don't know anything about GCW. Finally, some honesty. Adrian, I appreciate it. I appreciate that. Don't jump onto the bandwagon just because Double J's here. Just go, I don't know anything about GC Dub. It's fine. James Chadwick could learn something from you. Dib, dib, dub, dub. Lol. Days, you would be my head of creative. Let's book it. I'll quite gladly book dub dub dub. Dub dub B equals World Wrestling Banter. Dub 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 is better than SmackDown. What happened to Elias? Where is Elias? Veer may not be on Raw, but at least he's being booked in a match. Dub 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 could be a thing. Weekly World Wrestling. They're going to have Nick Gage confronting Roman next week. Yeah. Yeah. All them GC dub stars. Nick Gage. Barry. Choo Choo. Simon. Says. And Tiffany. All of them. They're all going to come in next week, so it's going to be amazing. Cannot wait. I might watch AE Dub to see what Hook is all about. Clothesline. I know about GC Dub. Matt Cardona was GC Dub champion. Simon Gotch. Days, are you doing for it? Could be at YouTube wrestling promotion. Sounds brilliant. Sounds like it's a money-making machine. Wet Week Wrestlers, says Football King. Dub, dub, dub. Wet Week Wrestlers. Yeah. Okay, welcome to Dub, dub, dub. Are you a wrestler? Okay. Are you relatively weak? We're not looking for powerhouses here. We're just after people that are quite feeble. Brilliant. Final thing. Are you wet? I get a feeling if you used to be asked that, you'd be slapped quite a few times. AE Dub is next. Right, we've got Owens down on the outside. Imagine Seth versus Brock versus Roman at Mania, but without Seth cashing it for the Universal title. Will John Moxley, a.k.a. Dean Ambrose, come back at the Royal Rumble? No. This crowd is weird. Why is everyone referencing Mox tonight? So that the flipping internet wrestling community can all get excited. And everyone's going to be like, did you hear this mentioned Mox on SmackDown? He's going to be at the Rumble. It's going to be that, isn't it? Open your eyes, people. Open your eyes. They're playing you like cheap fiddles. AEW Small Guy Wrestling said, Humble Rumble. Great GCW wrestlers. Effie, Ali, Catch, Jordan Oliver, AJ Gray, Dark Sheik, G-Raver. Love them. Love them. Dark Sheik. Big fan. He's like the Iron Sheik, but with the lights off. G-Raver. Sounds like... Anyone else think that sounds like a mobile phone from the early 2000s? Sounds like a mobile phone that played games from the early 2000s. Are you getting the PlayStation? I'm getting the PlayStation. I'm going to get a G-Raver. You seen the G-Raver? It's good, man. It's got Sonic and Tomb Raider. All I play from now on is G-Raver. G-Raver. I'm down for seeing a bit of G-Raver. Days to GC Dub. Confirmed. He's like Kendrick Lamar in a basketball game, but we'll never see Kendrick Lamar in a basketball game because he sucks. And he's a rapper. How would you feel if Paul was GM like he was in 2004? What, Heyman? I'd be all right with that. I mean, they were both in charge of the shows, but they were never actually used as GMs, were they? Days, Raw has consistently been better. Yeah, I'd actually agree with that. I would agree. Shola said, I actually think the crowd got it right last week. Roman is a heel, but he's our heel. Seth is the imposter from Raw. I'm looking forward to UFC 270. It's going to be amazing. Ryan Satin interviewed Paul Heyman on the Out of Character podcast, and it was good. Did they say his name? Did they say Gunter? There was a little advert there for NXT. I mean, I'm guessing he is Gunter. Dark Sheik is one of the first transgender wrestlers along with Nyla Rose. Well, that's good. More transgender wrestlers is only a positive thing. What about the Raw Anonymous GM? I wouldn't be desperate for that to come back. Not Volta. Well, I think his name has changed. Never calling him Gunter. Gunter! The name Gunter will definitely grow on people. His name is Gunter! Call him Volta. I can't. His name's Gunter. WWE is a defunct, adult-orientated female wrestling company in which you had to be 21 years old or older to attend. Days, you better make an announcement that WWE is coming soon. Bad news, WWE's closed down. It's closed down. There was a scandal that has engulfed the WWE world, so I'm afraid it's over before it's begun. Why is it so cheap to throw a party at a haunted house? The ghosts bring all the booze. It's Volta Days. I refuse to call him that. Gunter. Gunter. South Park had a macho man as trans. It was funny, says Humble Rumble. Just wondering, did people complain so much when wrestlers' names changed back in the day? I would imagine they did, but I would imagine that, first of all, there was nowhere to complain, so you mumbled to yourself. I would also imagine that a lot of people didn't know the names changed. But in all fairness, I don't think the names did change as much. But there was definitely people that went from being like jobbers to getting characters, and their names would change. But I'm trying to think, like, Mean Mark Callis. You know, Mean Mark Callis went to WWE, and he wasn't Mean Mark Callis, was he? He became The Undertaker. I mean, Papa Shango changed character. Isaac Yankem completely changed. But they were completely different gimmicks, weren't they? They were like gimmick changes. I can't remember too many examples of names changing and the gimmicks staying the same. I really can't remember too many examples. Dingo Warrior becoming Ultimate Warrior. But I mean, that's just better, isn't it? I mean, that is just better. Dingo Warrior becoming Ultimate Warrior. Better. Macho King. I mean, I don't know if that counts. Macho Man becoming Macho King, but then he was a heel. Don't know. It's hard. I can't remember too many examples. Tugboat becoming Typhoon, but again, that's a gimmick change. This isn't a gimmick change for Volta. It's just a name change. It's interesting. Very interesting. The Freebird guy that became the Executioner. But I don't think, did people know that it was him? The crowd are ready to cheer Seth as shown tonight. It's time for Seth to turn face, whether he loses to Roman or not. Owen Hart as the Blue Blazer. Bulk Hogan. Mabel became Viscera. That's true. That was like a gimmick change, though, wasn't it? Again, and I don't know. It was a darker side. I mean, these all count. They are the same people with different names, but I don't know. I'd imagine that people, definitely, I believe people saw new gimmicks and new names and went, why have they done that? Oh, I don't like this. But the thing is, without social media, you're literally just saying it to yourself in your room, aren't you? Whereas here, like now, we've got power in numbers. We've got power in numbers. And we use that power by being ignored consistently by Vince McMahon. Owens. Cody Rhodes turned into Stardust, but his gimmick changed. Razor to Scott Hall. Technically, Undertaker's original name was Kane the Undertaker. Rocky Maivia became The Rock. In all fairness, though, the crowd were chanting "Die Rocky Die," weren't they? They were chanting "Die Rocky Die." So I don't know if the crowd were too concerned with that name change. Kicks coming in by Seth. Watching wrestling was so much better back then. It was better. Stunner by Owens. Kicked aside the head. There's Seth. Got 4 minutes to go. Looking for a net breaker. Seth and KO can't dance. Never gonna dance again. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Roman with a Superman punch. Stupid! Gone and got the Usos DQ, didn't you, big man? Stupid! Jesus. You've gone and got your own family eliminated. Why didn't Roman send someone out to beat up the Usos? Why didn't Roman do that? Why didn't Roman send someone out to beat up the Usos and then Seth would have been DQ'd? Guys, why didn't Roman do that? Because it's stupid! That show sucked. That really sucked. Normally, even the main event, like, sorts things out. Even that main event, I'm looking at it going, that was stupid. I'm gonna put my score in straight away because we ain't got much time. I'm gonna go with a 5. I'm going with a 5 only because I'm excited about Eric Bischoff. I'm excited about Jeff Jarrett. There was a chunk of the show like that was, I don't know, that might be high. I'm trying to think, like, where's the positives? What are the positives, are there? Do you know what? Before I take it down, because I was about to take it down, I'll wait and see. 5 was the score I was about to put, says Austin. Stupid ending. Let me tell you. Why? Right, this whole story's been thought out so well. He's got it to the point where if Seth loses the match at the Rumble is off. All he's got to do is find a way of getting Seth and Kevin Owens to lose that match. And literally, you're sat in a chair with nothing but time to think. So what was the plan, Roman? What was the plan? You honestly thought that your douche family that keep losing for whatever reason, that keep letting you down, were going to finally get a win? What was plan B? Plan B was go down and punch Seth in the face so that they definitely lose. Stupid! Do you score Smackdown? What Smackdown? What Smackdown? I don't remember Smackdown. 8 to 10, 6 to 6, 7, 5. 5 or below. Rampage. 5. Left days. Roman doesn't write the show. No, but I wish that the people that did could do a better job. And in all fairness, even if Roman wins, there's ways that you could get back around. How about if Seth grabbed the Usos, threatened to hurt them unless Roman gave him that match back? You know, it's maybe not the greatest way back, but it's a way back, and he could have lost tonight. Or why doesn't Roman send someone down and their plan fails, and so Seth still wins, but at least Roman tried something that was borderline clever? Because there's nothing clever about what I've just seen. It's just flipping stupid. This story, I've had a lot of praise for it because there's been a lot of really good storytelling in there. Really thought through, and you can tell they really do consider and think about all of the different aspects, you know. But that just felt really, that was a real misstep in my mind. stupid. There we go. It's time for Rampage. See what's happening at Rampage. I'm guessing there'll be a lot of Moxley's coming back. I'm expecting a lot of that. They did mention him a couple of times. You got to think that he might be mentioned because this is being built around the Shield. It is very difficult to completely erase him from things. But I do not believe that this means that he's going to be coming back at the Royal Rumble. Summer Rae isn't just for summer. Roman's your boy, so why didn't that make you happy unless someone showed up? Because, do you know what I do like? Logic. That's what I like. I'm a big fan of great storytelling. I prefer that over any and all wrestlers. I like Roman because he tells good stories. If he's going to tell stupid stories, then I'll call it out because it's stupid. Standards. Standards. Don't let your standards drop, regardless of if it's your favourite wrestler or not. Right, Moxley. Moxley versus... Is it Ethan? Who is it? Is it Ethan Page? I think it is. Right. Oh, what am I doing? I'm typing it into the wrong thing. I'm a boomer. Moxley against Page. We're at 188. 188. Let's see what score it finishes on. Logic in WWE. Since when? Instead of blaming Roman, blame Vince and Bruce. Something that you never do. Well, I'll blame what I see on TV, but they are behind it all. But they're behind everything. So, I mean, does that mean that you can't criticize anything? So you can't criticize that Sami segment for being stupid. You just have to criticize Vince. That was stupid. I don't even know if... Did Roman go up to Vince and say, why am I doing that? Doesn't it make more sense for me to do this? Did Roman have that conversation with Vince? I don't know that he did. Without that information, he's part of the problem. That could have been booked a lot better. Blame Vince, blame Bruce, blame Roman, blame them all, because they've all put their heads together, and that's what they've come up with, and it was rubbish. We knew from the first few minutes that that match was issued that who was going to win. So there was very little intrigue as to who was going to win this match. Then they've managed to actually find a way of making it worse. Oh, it's bad. It was a bad SmackDown. We'll leave it at that. Right, let's have a look at the results as we turn our attention to Rampage. Paul, shout out to you. What do you score SmackDown? 5, 7, 5 or below, 45%. 6 to 6, 7, 5, 21%. 8 to 10, 16. 7 to 7, 5, 16. I tell you what, it's been a while since I've seen 5, 7, 5 as the top pick. That has been a while. So, a bad week. Let's put it down to a bad week. The concern is that last week was a bad week, but the main event saved it. This main event didn't save it for me. So, hey ho. We move on. Days, you barely paid attention to that main event, probably because you knew who was winning. Nevertheless, it was a good event match. When you know who wins, it just takes a lot away. So it didn't grab me. I was keeping an eye on it. There were some nice moments, but again, you're just waiting for Seth to win. And as I said, they did it in a really stupid way. So it was largely down to that. But I had an eye on it. If there was something that grabbed me and there was something that I was enjoying and there was some little twist or turn or Roman came... Imagine if Roman came out and someone wiped him out or like... So he definitely couldn't interfere and it was going to be a proper match. And I don't know, maybe if there was something, there was a little wrinkle in there, but just went the way I thought it was going to go. As a fan, WWE product isn't holding my attention anymore. It was a good match. Doesn't matter the result. Well, we'll have to agree to disagree. I think the results do matter. I think it upset a lot of people when that whole wins and losses don't matter. I think it is very annoying. I think wins and losses absolutely matter. What are we here for if they don't? So I think going into a match where you know who's winning, I think does take away from the main event. Does take away from that. I think they could have booked anything. And they could have made it... That's the annoying thing, isn't it? They could have booked anything, and this is what we got. And just think of all the alternatives that could have been better. All the different things they could have done. Peds1001 said, WWE obviously thought Roman could carry SmackDown. He needs a little bit of help. Raw has been entertaining so far this year. Keep up the great streams. Raw has been better. Raw is the better show right now. I agree with that. And actually, by and large, Roman has been able to carry SmackDown. I do think that he is missing something without Paul Heyman. I don't think it's a big problem. It's not like all of a sudden Roman's ruined now. Absolutely not. But I do think he's missing a little something. I think by taking Paul Heyman away, we've weakened Roman just a little bit. And the Usos are just clowns. It's just a flipping clown show. Like, why do they just always let him down? Constantly letting him down. I mean, like, the Usos used to be a really great, credible tag team. Their credibility is gone. Like, they keep losing and bumbling and just making, like Roman's life harder. So I really feel like the Usos don't feel as great as what they did before. I mean, they were on the verge of losing there again, and Roman had to make the save. So, like, gone are the days where the Usos can go out and win matches on their own accord. So, yeah, they got the tag titles, but they feel like nothing but props. They really just feel like props over their shoulders. They don't, to me, feel like a credible tag team, a real threat, a real good backup. It's a bit like the Hurt Business. You know, you had Bobby and then you had Shelton and Cedric. Usos feel like Shelton and Cedric. That's what the Usos feel like now. Completely thrown them into the garbage. That's what we've done with the Usos. Heyman made Roman feel big time. Used to carry the belt, hold it up for him. Now Roman's having to come out on his own. Heyman would show that he was scared of Roman and intimidated. That kind of optic, that visual has gone. Yeah, at all. Not helping Roman at all. And then you go at the end and you go, there's about a million things you could have done that would have been more clever than what Roman just did. And then they've gone and booked him that way. Ugh. And that was the main event. That was the bit of the show that normally would save the show. Last week, the show needed saving. We got an all right face-to-face thing. This week, it couldn't do it. Couldn't save it. It's a lot. I completely agree. Unless that Roman segment delivers, it's just not gonna... It ain't doing it at the moment. I don't need... Brock don't need Heyman. They need to put Heyman with Roman again. He did add logic and detail. Heather says, get up, Ethan. Well, Ethan's got a... was it a single leg? Single leg on Moxley. I'm going to tell you something you didn't know. Via is coming to Raw. Gunter was NXT champ. Gunter, Roman need things to help. But I don't care about the match. The match itself, you can have a good match, but it's not going to have the same drama if you know the result. The drama of knowing, if you knew that the streak was going to come to an end, the streak wouldn't have the same impact when it ended because you already know the streak's going to end. Imagine if you already knew Undertaker was losing to Brock. Like, you can't say that knowing the result doesn't impact the match. Like, we knew that the result of that match. So they could have gone out there and had a brilliant match. I'm sure it was, and I kept an eye on it, but it ain't going to draw me in. I'm not going to be on the edge of my seat because I know the way it's going to go. I don't understand how that doesn't factor in. The fact that we knew that Seth and Kevin Owens are going to win definitely took away from my enjoyment of that match. I couldn't get lost in that match. I wasn't on the edge of my seat with that match because I knew where that match was going. I mean, I think people tuned in to Mick Foley, Mankind, winning the championship, even though they knew because they wanted to see that moment. They didn't tune in for the match. They didn't tune in to see how the match played out. They tuned in because they wanted to see the moment that he won, the 1, 2, 3, or the submission or whatever it was going to be, and then him holding that championship up. That's why people switched the channel back in the day, even though they knew the result. Here, we knew the result. What moment was you going to get? We didn't get a moment at the end. So what was there to watch? Just the match. Oh, we see wrestling all the time. We see great matches all the time. I'm sure that match was fine. Ain't going to move my score because I wasn't on the edge of my seat. And, and the whole thing is meant to be building up to who's going to win, the whole point of that show, they kept showing it is these are the stipulations. Seth might lose his spot in the match. He might not have the match. Like that, the result was the big thing. The result was the big thing. Opportunity. Will the Usos been banned from ringsides? No. Seth's still going to have his match. Usos will be banned from ringside. Like, we already know where this is going. It was so painfully obvious as to which way it was going. It's like, Jesus! No way am I wrong for wanting better than that. No flipping way. I will argue with Vince himself if he wants to come on this stream. I will quite happily argue with Vince himself. Bryan and Moxley face to face as Moxley wins and walks away. So Bryan Danielson nods. Right, we've got Jungle Boy, we've got Luchasaurus. Usos should have attacked Owens out back, making Seth have to find another partner. Could have been more exciting. Mansoor could have been his replacement partner. Days, I do agree to a certain extent that you're not wrong for that. It's not about who's right, who's wrong. I know what I think, and I'm happy to stand my ground on it because I really believe what I'm saying. So, if people disagree with that, it's absolutely fine. And if they want to stand their ground on that, it's absolutely fine. It doesn't change anything. I don't think less of anyone or anything like this But as I said, I will quite happily argue with Vince himself over that point. Because I just think that it could have been done better. Could have been done better. But then you can say that about pretty much every wrestling show. But I do think tonight's SmackDown was below par. Days, this is why I can't get behind Roman. He's not that good. He can't carry a show. I was watching because of Paul. And one day Brock would someday return. I think, look, Roman is great. Roman is, for me, the best thing in wrestling. Tonight doesn't change that. You know, you're going to have little missteps and you're going to have little things along the way. So, for me, it's just a little misstep. It's not even a big deal. It's just a little misstep. It's just frustrating because, like, Roman is, like, the best thing. And they've been so careful with his character and so careful with his story. You know, it's to see it a little looser than what it's been does make you go, I hope that it was nothing to do with Paul. You know, I hope that Paul wasn't the one that was, like, really making sure the details were being watched after. Because now Paul's not around, and it's just, like, Roman, Bruce, Vince, and no Paul. You know, that is maybe my real concern. That is maybe my real concern. Is that Paul might have been the one to make sure the details were being took care of. And now Paul's not there. Are the details going to, like, not be taken care of? Let's say we know who wins between Roman and Seth. And the match itself is amazing. Does that not make its match great? I do agree with you. It depends, doesn't it? I mean, if you know who wins, how do you know who wins? I mean, there's too many factors involved. I mean, if it's a case that Dave Meltzer comes out and says, right, Roman's winning, 100%. He's been booked the next day on this show as champion. We know that he's going to Saudi as champion. Roman wins this match. So we tune into Royal Rumble. We watch the match. We know that Roman's winning. They have a great match. Lovely. Is that not still a great match? Yeah, look, if it's a great match, it's a great match. But equally, it's going to take something away from the match. Isn't it? I mean, ultimately, we're watching it knowing, just waiting for Roman to win. We don't know how he's going to do it. And it's going to be for the championship. You might wonder, have they changed their mind last minute? You might wonder that. You might live in hope that they've changed their mind last minute. But each one is going to have little things that are going to be a little different. Each situation, each circumstance is going to be a little different. Like with this, there was no title on the line here. There's no way that there was going to be any change here. There's no hope of, they might put a little wrinkle in. There was no doubt in my mind here who was winning. You know, match was fine, but equally, it's not going to be a mind-blowing match of the year because I know which way it's going. I'm not going to be on the edge of my seat. The edge of my seat element has been taken away. The edge of my seat element, the getting lost in the match, loving the match, like really enjoying the back and forth, the tension, the drama, all of that gets affected when you know who wins. How can there be tension? How can there be drama? How can you be on the edge of your seat if you know the result? So it can still be a great match, but what warrants a great match? Like the conversation becomes bigger. What warrants a great match? Like a great series of moves. But what's a great series of moves if there's no tension, drama? If you know the winner? So how can it be a great match? I'm not saying that it's impossible to have a great match if you know the winner. I'm not saying that, but what I am saying is it definitely takes away from that match. This is the true AEW Wrestling Rampage will never be SmackDown. Rampage right now should thank its lucky stars for that. I get your points. You weren't not watching the match. If you don't like it, don't watch it, and we move on. Yeah, it's just, look, it's an interesting conversation. It's just opened out to, a bigger conversation, which is maybe less about SmackDown and more about the importance of not knowing results and how much knowing results matter. It's interesting. Days JD from New York said he liked the ending because Roman saw the Usos were going to lose, so he decided to do it by himself. Doesn't need the Usos by his side. Perfect sense. And that is why I don't watch JD from New York. Because it makes Roman look like an idiot. Because Roman could have sent someone else out there. Could have sent someone else out there to have got the result. Roman's a heel. He doesn't have to prove anything. He doesn't have to prove that he doesn't need the Usos by his side. He's shown us before that he doesn't need the Usos by his side. We've seen him win matches clean. Roman really thought earlier about I don't know whether I should accept this or not. It's not as if Roman wanted to make that point, he could have accepted earlier. Roman had an opportunity earlier in the show to turn around and say, yeah, deal. Earlier, he could have said, yeah, deal. I don't need the Usos. Absolutely fine. I'll take that deal. He didn't, did he? Earlier in the show, he was like, oh. And the Usos accepted. So earlier in the show, Roman wasn't sure about accepting that deal. And the stipulation was that Roman was going to have the night off. Roman was way more excited about having the night off. So, and then they have a whole match. And so, look, if Roman had decided that he wanted to prove that he didn't need the Usos, he had plenty of opportunity to do that. We didn't need to go through a whole main event. That whole main event was irrelevant. If Roman had decided and made the decision that, okay, I'm going to show I don't need the Usos, that then he could have come down at any point and interfered. And so that everything we watched was pointless. Pointless. So Roman can decide at any time, I'm going to come down, I'm going to DQ, and that's it. Pointless. They didn't even need to, didn't need to save it as a main event or anything. It's just, so flipping annoying. Roman saw the Usos were about to lose. He decided to get involved and attack Seth because he realized... Hang on. You just told me that he said that he felt he didn't need the Usos. So why didn't he just let the Usos lose? Usos are about to lose. He didn't need to get involved. Just let them lose. He didn't need the Usos. Wanted to prove he can beat Seth by himself. Well, he could do that if the Usos lost. So why did he get involved? To what? Protect the Usos? Make it seem like the Usos weren't about to lose? It's stupid. You can see the damage is already done to the Usos because, as you've just said, they're about to lose. So the Usos are about to lose. Roman interferes. It doesn't save the Usos. The Usos still look like losers. I mean, in my mind, they're about to lose. So the Usos are jobbers. Roman actually didn't want to prove that he could do it on his own. Otherwise, why did he allow them to have that match? Why did Roman wait for the Usos to be on the verge of losing before getting involved? Why not do it when they're winning? If Roman wants to show that he doesn't need the Usos, why didn't he do it when they were winning? Why did he do it when they were seconds away from losing? It's rubbish. It's rubbish. You can pick it apart. It is rubbish. He wanted to attack Seth. Roman always planned to show up at the end. It makes perfect sense. Doesn't make perfect sense. Doesn't make perfect sense. I've said I will argue this with Vince McMahon himself. It is bad booking. if he wanted to prove that he didn't need the Usos, which apparently is what JD from New York's saying, right? If he wanted to prove that he didn't need the Usos, why wait until seconds before they're about to get pinned and lose? Why do it? Maybe the counter argument could be to protect them, right? To protect them so they don't actually get pinned, right? But they still look like losers, don't they? The idea that Roman, and that as well, doesn't that annoy you? So we're saying that the genius creative that WWE had was that Roman was always going to interfere in that main event. So we invested our time watching a match that was always going to end in a DQ. Roman always had plans to come down and interfere. And again, if he wanted to do it to show that the Usos, he didn't need them, why do it when they're seconds away from losing? Why do it when they're seconds away from losing? It's stupid. This is stupid. I mean, like, I don't understand why we're defending this. I don't understand why, just because it's Roman, we're desperately trying to protect it, and we're desperately trying to make out that this is a clever thing that they've done, when it isn't. They've done something that makes the Usos look weak. It makes Roman look a bit, like, desperate. It makes him look a bit stupid as well, because if Roman wanted to not have the Usos, then he could have interfered earlier, or he could have said to the Usos, lose. I want you to lose. Lie down in the ring. I want you to lie down in the ring because I want to prove that I can beat Seth without you. Or why didn't he just turn around and say, I don't need the Usos. I don't need the Usos at the start of the night. I don't need the Usos. I don't need the Usos to beat you, Seth. We don't even need to have this match. They won't be at ringside. They can be banned. Give me the contract. I'll sign it. Instead, we have a match that goes the whole match. We get seconds from the Usos losing, and then Roman interferes. Stupid. I'm not defending it. I'm putting it into another perspective that you're not understanding. No, I am understanding it. I am, and I'm debating it. You know, the other perspective that's being shown is that this makes perfect sense, which I'm debating, and I'm saying it doesn't. That it's clever booking, which I'm debating and saying it isn't. That Roman always wanted the Usos to lose, which I'm saying if that's true, why did he allow them to have a full match and be seconds away from losing before interfering? Why did we do that? Why did he hesitate at the start of the night? Why didn't he just agree to it when they had a back and forth promo at the start of the night? Why did we have to go through a main event then that Roman was always going to interfere in? Like, it's just bad. It's just like, of all the things that you can do and all the different kind of directions that you could take this story, that one just really strikes me as a bad one that really has some just annoying details in. I think if I'm Roman and I want to prove that I don't need the Usos, I had many, many, many opportunities to do it before it got to the stage that it got to. Plus also, don't forget they were about to lose anyway. Why not just let them get pinned? Why not let them get pinned with Roman just shaking his head at the Outback? I mean, he's just let them go the whole match anyway. And they're on the verge of losing anyway. It doesn't protect the Usos. So if anyone wants to say, oh, well, it protects the Usos because they didn't technically get pinned. They didn't technically get submitted. They were seconds away from losing. They were absolutely seconds away from losing. I sit here looking at them thinking they're basically lost. They're lost tonight. I don't see them as winners at all. Roman didn't protect them, didn't give them anything. You know, next time I see the Usos, I don't think, wow, yeah, they did really well in that match and they did well to not technically lose. Like, they were just like seconds away from losing. So it's really frustrating. The reason why it frustrates me so much is because I do love this Roman story. I love the Roman story, and I've been very high on praise about how they protect the details and how they really look after the details, and how, like, Paul Heyman's facial expressions and the way they do their storytelling, and just the way they get out of situations, and just lots of little bits they've done over this reign has been really, really good. And I will be the first to call out something when I see it. And I think it's bad. And I thought tonight was bad for all the reasons that I've detailed. And if the counter argument is, no, it's really good because it's Roman's way of showing he doesn't need the Usos, well then, how about this? How about that? How about this? How about that? He had plenty of opportunity to show all throughout tonight that he didn't need the Usos, yet he chose to do it just seconds before they lost. I'm going to give up on the Roman story. I've done defending it. Since Heyman left, it has been trashed. Are you happy? I'm joking, but I do agree with that perspective. No, look, I keep saying it. It's interesting. I'm debating it and getting my points across because, you know, I sort of consider these angles as they're happening. Like, as things happen, I think to myself, why has he done that? And I run different scenarios through my mind as to why they've done that. And so, you know, him interfering and doing that because he doesn't want the Usos anyway is something that will have very quickly gone through my mind at the time of that match ending anyway, which is why I've already discredited it. I've already in my mind gone, well, no, it can't be that because of this, this, and this. And so as a result, if that's the main counter argument that's coming back as to why it was good booking, then I've got a position already where I can say, well, no, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that because of this, this, and this. But it's certainly not... I'm not looking for people to say the Roman story is trash because I don't think it is. I just think that tonight was a bit of a misstep. That's all. I just think tonight's a bit of a misstep. I just think, like, again, if he didn't want the Usos, there's a better way of doing it. There's a better way of doing it. Non-wrestling question. Anyone in the chat think that Seth Rogen's CGI animated Turtles movie will be any good? Haven't even heard about it. Right, we are underway with a Rampage match. Going Go said, Days, isn't the whole Seth Roman bad booking? Well, we've already had that conversation. God. Young Bucks versus, who is it? Best Friends, is it? I don't even know what this match is. Is it Nick Jackson versus Trent? That'll do. Right, Going Go said, isn't this whole Seth Roman bad booking? We know that Seth won't win. We know that we are leading to Roman Brock. Both will have titles. I do think it's bad booking. It's funny because we've kind of come full circle. I had a rant at the start, ranting about, like, Seth and Roman and the fact that the rosters should have been better, and we saw this iceberg come in, and we've got heel versus heel, and yeah. I did. I had that rant. And do you know what? Again, that actually only goes to strengthen my concern that Paul Heyman is not around. And when Paul was around, we were getting great stuff for Roman. Since Paul's gone, we've got a feud with Seth that I don't like right now. We've got little details like tonight that I don't like right now. So my concern is this a coincidence? That, you know, I really didn't have much to criticize last year. There's a few bits with Roman, but not much. Whereas now, we've got a feud that I'm not a fan of. We've got things tonight that I'm not a fan of. And it's all happening when Paul Heyman's not around. So, you make an interesting point, Going Ghost. Do you think he will be in the men's rumble? Who? Paul Heyman? No. In all this Seth Roman talk, we have missed the best wrestling of the night, said Master Chief. Days, just accept I won the debate and I am never wrong. I will concede. I will concede that. No, it's good. It's all good. It's as I keep saying. I like having these debates, and I don't care if it was Vince himself that was bringing these points. I'd make the exact same points. So it's this is, I mean, I could be completely wrong, but I believe this is what people want and enjoy, or certainly part of when it comes to these streams, is very real, very honest wrestling conversation that is not wishy-washy. You know, you've got your points, you've got what you believe, you're ready to back them up, stand by them. If your mind can be changed, then so be it. But by and large, you know, like good wrestling conversation. Think about all the topics we've covered. We've spoke about SmackDown. We've spoke about the importance of wrestling results, not knowing them, and what does it affect if you do know them. We spoke about the Seth Roman feud. We've spoke about the main event of tonight. Like, I know it might seem like a rant, and yeah, I'm certainly passionate about getting my points across, but it's it covers a lot of topics. It covers a lot of things that I think I would want to be watching if I was watching a stream like this. I would, you know, when I watch like football streams, or I watch any kind of live stream, really, you want that kind of passionate, like, opinionated response. Otherwise, what are you watching? You're just watching some wishy-washy, well, I think it's that, but I'm not really sure. It could be. I ain't doing that. You know, I've got my beliefs, and you lot have got your beliefs, and stick to your guns. Stick to your guns. If that's what you believe, stand by your beliefs and stand by your opinions, unless you hear something and your opinions change, and then, you know, you go with that. But God, imagine how awful this would be if it was like wishy-washy and all that kind of stuff. You know, I'd hate that. You know, JD, because he's got mentioned earlier, he gets a lot of views. He gets a lot of people supporting his channel. I know for a fact that he's not shy about sharing his opinions. You know, he's a very opinionated person, and he's got a very dedicated fan base as a result. Because they know that when they tune into that, he's going to tell it straight. He's going to tell it exactly what they think. And, you know, people obviously, you know, appreciate that. When I listen to wrestling podcasts, I want opinions. I want people telling it straight as well. Never, ever, ever shied away from that. Never shied away from doing that on this channel. Never will. Because I think it's a real cornerstone of these watch-alongs. We have a good time. We have a laugh. But, yeah, we're here to talk wrestling as well. That's the whole purpose of this. Days, you're going to miss Hook committing a murder because of stupid SmackDown. So Pentaco is going to get beaten up. Well, we've got 20 minutes to go, and we're here for it. We are at commercial break. Don't worry, we'll see Hook. Days, right, so about Seth and Roman. Seth and Roman, they talked to each other. It was good. This week, Roman punched Seth in the face. There you go. Those are my thoughts. AC Mack has just come to the first ever LGBT World Champion at an indie show on IWTV. JD is funny and entertaining, but sometimes too negative. Days, have you completely talked your way through this episode? Well, I'm here for Hook. I'm here for Hook. Days, shout out to you. This little back and forth. Totally. Listen, this is like what it's like down a pub. Do you know what it means? This is what it's like down the pub. You know, you have some beers with like wrestling friends, and like this would be exactly how it would be. If I had a pint and we were talking about wrestling, and you know this conversation came up, that's how it would be. Like, I don't know if it's like a cultural thing, but I don't view that as anything negative. It's opinions, isn't it? We just have like and I always try to read out the responses from people as well. So it's a good back and forth, as you said. I agree with that 100%. No moving on. No moving on. There's 18 minutes left. We're moving on. We've got Hook. It's time for Hook. Mike, shout out to you. Here we go. Main event of the evening time. And this is how we're going to see out Friday. Hook's name on screen. He is Hook. Hook making his way down then. Serpentico, I'm guessing, is already in ring. This is quite a bit of time for Hook. He's got like 18 minutes here. Edward, love the streams, enjoy opinions. Shout out to you, dudes. Yeah, I agree. I think, I watch quite a few podcasts. I really like, as I said, that ESPN FC. They're very opinionated, very passionate, funny as well. But I'd hate for this to just be wishy-washy. I really would. I'd hate for this to just be a case where we go, I don't really know. I think that was all right. I'm not sure. Hook, man. Hook's not messing around here at all. Serpentico's got tangled up in all this. Nice. Another good throw. God, it's so hard, isn't it? Big cheer to Hook. Serpentico's just going to take bumps, isn't he? I'm guessing this isn't our main event. See, I'd have this as the main event. So, Serpentico is just going to sell, isn't he? Stumbles over to the corner. Charges over. Lovely. Belly to belly. Beautiful by Hook. He executes things so well. I mean, I really don't think there's much more that can be said that we haven't already said. He just lays everything in. That's it. QT Marshall's coming out. This is interesting. QT Marshall says, hey, I'm talking to you. I don't think that's the kind of move. That suplex, I don't think, is the kind of move you can really do to someone, like, out of nowhere. It's not a stunner. Or an RKO, is it? Like, QT Marshall's like, I'm ready for you now. And before he knows it, it's being suplexed. Are they going to try and get that over like a stunner, do you think? Not sure about that. Match great. QT Marshall stuff after. I don't know if they're trying to get over that as like Hook's version of a stunner. Like he can hit it. Hook's version of an RKO. He can hit it out of nowhere. Don't know. If they are going to try and get it over that way, then QT needed to be out cold. But instead, he's on the floor, like, writhing in pain. He'd be good, actually, with, like, a RKO or a stunner or something. That'd be really good for him. John Silver did the it's time for the main event, mouthed it along. Silver showing off those massive guns. Edward said, I don't understand. If Roman didn't want Seth to win, then... we're moved on. We moved on. We've covered it. We've covered it. We've covered it. John Moxley's return was good, emotional, slimmer new gear. Mox will be the one to take Hangman's belt. Days, Raw has got something very exciting. Brock Bobby weigh-in. I feel sick. I think I just said something about WWE. You always say positive things about WWE. That's all you do. Time for the main event. Women's main event. It is a women's main event. Do you think Jeff Hardy, Tony Storm, Hit Row, all being gone is a blow to SmackDown? And definitely. Jeff Hardy, I don't think they wanted to part ways with. Tony Storm, they didn't want to part ways with. And who knows what happened with Hit Row? I mean, I think, wasn't it, one of them sent a tweet out that got them a bit of heat. I think it wasn't it Top Dollar sent a tweet out, generated a bit of heat. I think they looked at it and thought, well, we can't keep him around. I don't even know how bad the tweet was. I really can't remember now. But I think they got to the point where they were like, oh, we can't keep him around. And I don't think they had really any... I don't think they really cared about the others. I mean, they'd already let the woman go, B-Fab, and then you had Swerve, and it was the other one Ashanti? I can't remember. But we heard before they got released that Top Dollar was being positioned as the new leader. So I think that was why. She looks like $1 billion, Jade Cargill. She looks so... Every time I see her, I'm so impressed. Like, amazing physique. An amazing look. I love the white hair. She looks absolutely brilliant. But, God, she does need to improve in her wrestling. Surely Vince would love her, surely. Imagine Jade Cargill against Bianca Belair if Jade Cargill could actually do some stuff in the ring. This main event isn't diverse enough. Days struggles with switching off WWE when he reviews Rampage. He's filled with knowledge. We all want him to commentate. Jilly, shout out to you. I think there's always just... It is difficult. I wish that Rampage was just at a bit of a different time, to be honest. I think it's very difficult when you've got one of the biggest kind of wrestling shows of the week. Because no disrespect to Rampage, I don't think it is one of the... Well, I suppose it's tricky, isn't it? I'd say Rampage is below NXT, Dynamite, Raw, SmackDown. But I suppose it is still one of the big shows of the week. Because it's on, like, network TV. But anyway, it comes straight after SmackDown. There's normally... WWE normally do something right at the end to get you talking. I do find that we talk quite a bit about SmackDown. This time, obviously, a little bit longer than usual. But we normally miss the first 20 minutes or so of Rampage, just chatting away. That's the problem, really. They do need this in a different time slot. It'd be so much better if it was the hour before. Imagine if it was the hour before. Like 7 till 8. And then SmackDown 8 till 10. I wonder what that would do to the ratings. Well, it'd improve them, I know that much. This has been a solid Rampage, said Jay. Definitely not below NXT now, said Tahil. Rampage needs to change days. Rampage for sure better than SmackDown tonight, said Master Chief. Rampage needs its own night and an added hour. Be good on a Thursday. Don't do anything on a Thursday. We could have Raw on a Monday, NXT on a Tuesday, Dynamite on a Wednesday, Rampage on a Thursday, Smackdown on a Friday. Lovely. Sorted. I did like that as a gun show between Silver and Jade Cargill. That was good. It was good seeing Cargill showing off her guns and Silver doing the same. Rampage needs more sharks. Silver ducked a bit too early. Right, I don't know if you guys are at commercial break or not. We are back into the ring with 8 minutes to go. Forearm strike by Anna Jay. Up in the corner, throwing in some big shots on Jade Cargill. Jade over in the corner as Anna Jay is pounding away. Cargill throws Anna Jay across the ring. Cargill looking for a spine buster. Not brilliant. Oof. Comparing Jade Cargill's spine buster to Arn Anderson's. In all fairness, I don't know if that was a little bit of both, actually. I don't think that Anna Jay kind of took that spine buster that great. She's still green. Anna Jay. 4, 5. Let's go. Jade Cargill, I think she's pandering to the crowd. It's not classic heel work, is it? She's doing like push-ups, counting along with the crowd. That was push-ups, by the way. We've got Anna Jay over in the corner. Kicks coming into the midsection. Root Beer Float says, AEW, where do you think they will be in 5 years? Do you think they'll be at the top of the wrestling world? I think overtaking WWE is going to be very difficult. I mean, they are going to need to be on a bigger network. They're going to need to be on a network the size of Fox. They're also going to have to maintain this momentum. It'd be if you dropped this show into the same segment that SmackDown was in now, it'd be really interesting. I don't know the answer, what rating they would get. I don't know the answer to that. It would definitely be, if this was expanded to 2 hours and it was basically Dynamite in the Rampage, in the SmackDown segment, I don't know what rating they would get. I feel confident it would be below what SmackDown gets, just because I think there's people that tune in to see Roman, and there's people that tune in to see Charlotte and the names. Whereas, you know, Bryan Danielson, it is Daniel Bryan, but difficult, isn't it? To get it out there that Bryan Danielson is Daniel Bryan and that Miro is Rusev, and again, you know, all these, John Moxley is Dean Ambrose. Again, like, to the casuals. Plus also, a lot of people might have got into wrestling and watching. We don't know how long they've been watching, but they might have been watching since the lockdown. And all of these have been gone. Well, not Bryan Danielson, but, you know, Rusev's been gone for quite a while now. Rusev's been gone a little while. Andrade, I don't know how long he's been gone as well. But there just feels like there's quite a lot that they're going to have to overcome. And you know that Vince is going to fight tooth and nail the whole time. If ever AEW try to get to a bigger network, WWE will call that network, won't they? We're hearing about this with MLW. They were about to go on to Vice, and WWE called them up, put a bit of pressure on. I'm surprised WWE didn't have a phone call with TNT or TBS. I'm surprised they don't know anyone over there to try and prevent AEW from getting a TV contract. That certainly can't have pleased Vince when he found out about that. When he found out that there was going to be another wrestling show that was going to get a contract. I think AEW in 5 years will still be around. And I think it will still be battling and fighting to try and become number one. I think that it will have cemented itself as number two. I think it will have done some really great stuff. I mean, 2 years have gone already. It doesn't really feel like it. Silver on the outsides. I'm getting bullied. Who's bullying you? Who is... We'll have no bullying in the chat, please. Jade Cargill. Anna Jay reverses. Jade Cargill's getting up to her feet. This has probably been Jade's best match so far. Would have been better in Roman outside ring whole time. Seth got DQ'd, said Zoom Station. Can't wait for Thunder Rosa to get the women's title. She's a real worker and has done a lot for women's wrestling, said Jilly. I'd like to see them push Thunder. I mean, I got asked the other day who my favourite wrestlers are. I didn't mention Thunder, and I remember seeing someone say, oh, you never said Thunder. The truth of the matter is she can't really be my favourite wrestler at the moment when we see her so infrequently. I don't watch Dark or Elevation. And the last match I saw her have was against Jade Cargill, and it wasn't a very good match. So it does feel like her momentum has stalled. Easy to bring it back. People are into Thunder Rosa, and she seems to be built into a feud with Mercedes Martinez. But yeah, it's just hard, isn't it, for people to get TV time at the moment. We've got like Britt Baker, we've got Jade Cargill. They're the two women's champions, and they're obviously doing something with Serena Deeb, which is brilliant. So it's just how else do you fit like Thunder Rosa in there as well? Jade Cargill gets the win. She's getting better, you haters, says Rom. If you remember, I contracted COVID, and now I feel quite a bit better. That's good. That's good. Good match, good show. Wish we had 2 hours of Rampage, said Mike. Heather said, oh well, poor Anna at least put up a fight. Beach break on Wednesday. Red Velvet taking on legit Layla Hirsch. Lights out match between Adam Cole and Orange Cassidy. Is that her daughter? There we go. Get in your scores. Get in your scores. Women's main. You love to see it. Heather said 775 is the best Rampage in weeks. Zoom Station says 8.5. Lone Star Friend, shout out to you. Master Chief said it was hard to judge a 1 hour show, but they were all good matches, and I loved Moxley's new look. Michael, shout out to you. C Shop said, did you see the 2K trailer? They showed it on SmackDown. 775, 6.5, 6, 8, 7.5, 7, 6.5, 7.5, 5 out of 5. 8.5, 6.5, said Julie. 7, 6, says Anna. Hayden with a 7. Brian with a 6.5. 6.5, 6, 7, 7, 7.5, 6, 9, 6.5, 6, 8, 7.5, 5, So quite varied. Lots of 6s and 7s. Quite a few people saying better than SmackDown, which in all fairness I scored, I think settled on about a 5. So certainly these scores look like they're higher. 7, 6.5, 7. Always asking shout outs. Let's get shout outs. Turned Rampage on late, so I missed the first 15 minutes, but 6.5 says Ryan. 725, 6.5, 625. Way better than SmackDown. Harley said Undertaker will be in St. Louis for the Royal Rumble, but that's probably because Michelle will be in the Rumble. 6.5, 6.5. And then, of course, tomorrow we've got UFC 270. So plenty coming up. We're back with wrestling on Monday with Raw. And obviously NXT back on Tuesday. And next for AEW, Dynamite with Beach Break. Looks not a bad card, actually. Not a bad card at all. But talking about not bad cards, tomorrow is a very exciting card. We are down to 11 matches. We did have 13. But we're now down to 11. But that works a bit better for me, in all fairness. I do like about 11 matches or so. 10, 11 matches. I like that. It's a good, nice length of time. Yeah. Hope to see you at some point tomorrow. Appreciate the support, as always. Hope you enjoyed SmackDown. Hope you enjoyed Rampage. And as we said, I will see you tomorrow. Awesome, guys. Bye for now.